Go live? Okay, thank you everybody for your patience as we got the alternate camera set up there. Good morning, I am Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey. I'm also Chair of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. The clerk has confirmed we have quorum, so I now call meeting 2 to order. Welcome everyone. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating by both video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. City Hall is open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting in Committee Room 1 today here at City Hall. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Infrastructure and Environment Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call the speakers in order of the list that they appear, whether they are online or in person. I ask everyone for their patience if we experience delays, which we already have, so thank you for your patience with that, and hopefully it doesn't happen again today. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available to members in the chamber and remotely if you need help with your devices. Members, if you wish to speak or question staff on the item, please get my attention on the mic so I can add you to the list of speakers. When voting on an item or motion, I ask members ensure that they keep their video on if they're joining us online and raise their hand to indicate their vote. This is a paperless meeting, and I want to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at iec@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, some of us, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If so, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we will move on to the agenda. We have 10 items on the agenda today. I understand that Councillor Crescent also has a new business item, and I am happy to move a motion to add the new business at committee. All those in favor? All those opposed? That will now display on CMP, and then we can deal with that later on in the meeting. Okay, so the first item before us today is IE 2.1, entering into an agreement with Artscape at Spectrum Park and Regent Park Boulevard. Would anybody like to hold this item? Seeing none, would somebody like to move the item? Councillor Morley, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Item IE 2.2, entering into an agreement with Fred Victor Center at Regent Park. Would anybody like to hold this item? Anybody like to move this item? Councillor Cole, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 2.3, Home Energy Loan Program Help Review of Eligibility Requirements. Would anybody like to hold this item? You would like to hold it? Okay. So I will hold for Councillor Fletcher since she has questions. IE 2.4, Southwest Agincourt Transportation Connection Study. I will hold as there are deputations. IE 2.5, regarding the Gardiner East project. I will hold as there are deputations and a presentation from city staff. IE 2.6, Modernizing Bike Share Toronto Rate Structure. I will hold as there is deputations and a presentation from city staff. IE 2.7, College Street Bikeways Extension. I will hold as there are deputations. IE 2.8, Request for the first year review of winter contracts and addressing obstructed sidewalks with snow and ice. I will hold as there is deputations. IE 2.9, Ravine Slope Stabilization. I will hold as there are deputations. IE 2.10, Parking Regulation Amendments to temporarily authorize permit parking on the east side of Blackthorn Avenue between Rogers Road and Kenora Crescent. Does anybody have questions on this item or like to hold this item? Okay, seeing none, somebody like to move the item? Councillor Morley, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. I will continue to hold the item that we just moved on behalf of Councillor Crescent, increasing speeding fines in senior safety zones, so you can have a look at that on CMP, and then we can come back to that later on in the meeting. So that brings us back to the top of the program to IE 2.3, Home Energy Loan Program Review of Eligibility. Councillor Fletcher, you had questions?
Home energy loan?
Yep.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I know I brought this here to the committee, so I'm quite interested in you're changing this so you can have 2 late payments, but you'll be eligible to participate, correct?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
And who is administering this? I thought it was Mr. Brendan, not your office, that administers the final decisions on whether or not somebody's eligible.
Through the speaker.
Pardon me? Can't hear you.
Through the speaker, for the Home Energy Loan Program, the final decisions are administered through the Environment and Climate Division in partnership with Revenue Services, but the final decision is with Environment and Climate and the Executive Director.
Do you think that's clear? Because as you remember the case with the person that had a 64-cent default, and as you're aware, Revenue Services doesn't send even a reminder because anything under $1, they don't send it, but that counted against it. The decision was actually made by Revenue Services, not you, that that person was ineligible. So I'm having a hard time understanding how you're the final decision maker when you weren't.
Through the speaker, in the report, we have clarified and will be clarifying the final decision maker, as well will be Environment and Climate, as well provide an opportunity where we have, it doesn't meet the criteria where someone has asked for a reassessment. It provides for the Executive Director of Environment and Climate to review that as well. So
you're changing
these changes
the governance structure of that loan away from Revenue Services to yourselves. So you're just getting information from Revenue Services?
They will provide information on late payments, et cetera, and then, but the decisions, especially where we're providing an exemption from or exception to the bylaw, will be made via the Environment and Climate Division in consultation.
Where is the exception to the bylaw outlined here in the recommendations? You're moving from 5 years to 3 years, which was already what you were doing. You're just codifying that. The exception to the bylaw, how much discretion do you have for late payments? If somebody has a payment, $7, 64 cents, $15, that obviously they're not a negligent taxpayer, at what point do you have discretion, or you're going to simply say they can't have the loan?
So as outlined in the report, the concept is they'll be able to, if they don't meet that, they'll be able to come to the city and to myself as the Executive Director, identify the circumstances around any late payments, for example, small amounts, very short amount of time, and I'll be able to provide an exception to the bylaw. I'll report back to Council, though, through regular reporting on where I provide that exception to ensure there's still accountability for any exceptions to the bylaw. So we'll still have a bylaw that says, 2 late payments in 3 years, but also provides for exceptions where people identify, a reasonable decision could be to allow them to enter the program.
So will you be also reporting on the ones that you have not?
I'll report on all the ones that where I've provided exceptions and the ones where I have not provided exceptions, so Council can see how that has been applied either consistently and ensure that accountability is still there for needs.
So basically, you're trying to get people the loan. If somebody has $1,000 every payment time, that's fair. We're going to have a different approach, but 64 cents, are you concerned that this person was turned down for such small amounts of money? And do you think this actually fixes this? Because I'm not really sure.
So through the speaker, we believe this would fix this because I'll be able to review any of these instances and provide an exception to be able to put that lens of reasonableness on this. So would a reasonable person provide an exception? I'll have the flexibility to do that, but still be accountable to.
Will you consult with the councillors in these circumstances? Because as you know, I've had an issue with your reporting to councillors about things in their wards.
Yes, I'm happy to engage with councillors on this and also provide that report back to full council.
Do I need to codify that councillor piece? I might do that. Is this going to council? Yes?
This is going to council.
Then I'll fix it there. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers on this item? Councillor Fletcher?
I'm very happy that Mr. Nolan clarified some of these things, and I think the most important piece is that this is moving from Revenue Services, the final decisions, over to excuse me, Chair, guys.
Oh, excuse us.
No, I'm not, thank you. Sorry, thank you. I'll just start again. I'm happy to have that clarified, and I'm very happy that this is moving from revenue services, and in particular, the example, except here when it says, as an example, whose last late payment was November 2020 would be eligible to apply. I think at council I'm going to change the eligibility because I don't think it's good enough yet. I think it's embarrassing what happened to my constituent with basically $15 over 3 years and was ineligible to apply, and then even with my intervention turned down, and then with Mr. Nolan went to Revenue Services who turned it down, and I think everyone will remember that it had to go to City Council to provide an exemption to somebody who wanted to bring their carbon footprint of their own home down. I think that was terribly unreasonable. I think the approach was embarrassing for the city, and I don't think this is reasonable enough yet. And so I'm just giving notice, Madam Chair, that at council, I will want to try to further extend the reasonableness of this program so that if somebody is a flagrant non-payer with thousands and thousands of dollars in debt, that person should not be compared to somebody that has $5 1 year and 15, who knows what happened at the banking or what happened in the check or what happened at the bank. But a small amount of money that adds up to under $100 or even under $50 for 3 years, even with these changes, I'm reading that that person would still be ineligible to apply. What message are we sending with that? We're sending a message that is wrong, in my opinion. We will look at every case. I believe that I will be talking to you, Mr. Nolan, in order to continue to make this a reasonable, open, easily accessed program for people that want to do the right thing on their homes. However, ensuring that people that are flagrant non-payers of large amounts of money don't have access. And I understand that the original drive here was to make sure that if you're a chronic non-payer, that you have a loan that you can't pay back. But any reasonable person would not say that you have $15 or $17 that you've paid, you were late, but you've paid over a 3-year period, that you're ineligible for a loan. That is not does not meet the test of reasonableness. And every one of our programs needs to meet that test, particularly around climate. And I just would like to say I'm happy that we're trying to move the needle, but this is, again, I think, bound through revenue services, not through your division, that you're having constraints put on you by those who feel, well, you know, if somebody has 3 payments or over 3 years, we can't give them a loan, despite the fact that it's a negligible amount. They have consistently paid their taxes. They may be a few dollars behind here and there, but they're not somebody who's going to default on a loan. And sending a message to somebody for $17 or however much it was that you're going to be a loan defaulter and we're not going to give you money to retrofit your home to bring down your carbon footprint, at the same time, as we have said, we want an aggressive carbon zero program in the City of Toronto. To me, we have 2 things going on and they don't yet match between 2 divisions. Mr. Nolan, you who are in charge of bringing down our emissions in the City of Toronto and greening our city, and Revenue Services, which is in charge of making sure people don't default. But I don't think that twain is met yet, and I won't do that here, Madam Chair. I will do that at Council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there additional speakers on this item? Okay, seeing none, somebody like to move the item? Councillor Morley, all those in favor, all those opposed, that item
I should
carries.
have asked for it to move without recommendation, so I would have to change it, but that's fine. I'll do it there.
So the next item is IE 2.4, Southwest Agincourt Transportation Correction Study. We have 2 deputants. The first one is Rhoda Potter. Do you have Rhoda in the room or online? Hi. So we'll get IT to help display. Here we go.
Thank you for your help. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Thanks for coming down.
My name is Rhoda Potter, and I'm president of Agincourt Village Community Association. AVCA's mandate is to protect the safety of the residents by having a collective voice in the changes that are affecting our neighborhood. AVCA wholeheartedly supports the construction of a complete street to connect Village Green Square to Shepherd Avenue and a multi-use trail to connect Village Green Square to Agincourt GO Station, the brand new Agincourt Station. Our community is experiencing immense population growth. 7 condominiums, and I want to draw your attention to the bottom triangle in that map. 7 condominiums are inhabited on Village Green Square. 2 more will be complete this spring. 2 more are planned. The Agincourt Mall Complete Community is at the shovels in the ground stage. Cowdrey Court condominiums are planned, yet our community lacks connectivity. The 2013 Agincourt Secondary Plan assumed road improvements, including the extension of Reedmount south to Sufferance, which is now Village Green Square. Intensification happened. Road improvements did not happen. Why were 9 condominiums allowed to be built with only 1 entrance in and out? Is the city waiting for a catastrophe? Because this area is bound by CPR tracks and Metrolink's Stouffville corridor. Are we waiting for a hazardous train derailment, as has just happened in Ohio, or a number of years ago in Mississauga? This report mentions, quote, lack of safe, active transportation routes, and a new street, quote, will improve emergency access. Yet, this report states, quote, no provision has been made for the projects identified in this study for the Transportation Services 2023 to 2032 capital plan. On August 12, 2022, former Mayor Tory, Councillor Mantis, AVCA, and Metrogate residents did a safety walk on Village Green Square. Mayor Tory commented on the fact that there was only 1 entrance and exit and suggested the need to expedite this badly needed second street. Even Councillor Perusa visited Village Green Square with former Councillor Karagiannis a while ago. He experienced entering and exiting with only 1 street, and he visualized the condominiums that are already built there. In fact, it was former Deputy Mayor Norm Kelly who put forward the motion for this complete street. AVCA has stressed the importance of the street for the safety of the residents, yet this essential complete street was not included in the capital plan 2023 to 2032. This complete street will finally provide safety for approximately 12,000 residents and the Delta 400 shelter residents who presently live here. Yes, I said presently live here, not planned and proposed, as is mentioned in this report. It will alleviate a safety concern. It will relieve residents living who are entrapped by the CPR tracks, the Stouffville corridor, and the 401. It will provide alternative access for emergency vehicles, provide a second route for in and out for residents, and relieve traffic congestion at Kennedy and Shepherd, just north of there. The multi-use trail will provide a 10-minute walk or a 5-minute bike ride to Agincourt GO Station. It will allow residents to walk and cycle to Kennedy Commons, just south of there. It will encourage the Agincourt Mall condominium residents to walk or cycle to Collingwood Park. Enhance public transit connections while reducing the need for a car. Allow commuters to safely lock their bicycles in an in-house secure room now built at Agincourt GO Station. Contribute to Toronto's carbon emission reduction targets. However, AVCA is very disappointed that the multi-use trail, as listed, is, quote, an additional transportation
You have 15 seconds.
improvement. In fact, we had had suggested that it be completed prior to 2000, before the complete street. We are very, very upset that this is not in the plan. This is a safety issue.
Thank you. Are there questions of the Deputant? Seeing no questions, thank you for coming down today. Our next speaker is Marie Gormley. Do you have Marie in the room or online? Okay, and then can we just ask AV to turn the overhead off? Okay, go ahead, Marie, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I'd like to address the fact that the area is highly congested at the present. The Village Green Square should connect to Midland with a traffic light at Midland and Village Green Square, or alternate another street south of Village Green Square, north of the 401 exit ramp. The trail from Village Square to Shepherd should have a bicycle lane that's raised. The trail from Village Square to Shepherd should have a bicycle lane that is also raised. There should be a bicycle lane on Village Square that proceeds north on Midland, as there's the Agincourt Collegiate and the public school there, and the bicycle lane should proceed south, proceed west on Shepherd to the already expropriated site on the north side corner of Agincourt Drive, with already a light there. Reedmount Avenue from Shepherd does not have sufficient room for a car to go north or south when the cars are parked on both sides. Reedmount doesn't presently have any sidewalks from Cardwell to Dowry. Reedmount Avenue would need sidewalks on both sides if you propose a bike lane that's raised. The present section of Reedmount in the proposed study does not have sidewalks on both sides of the street. If there are parked cars on Dowry, the cars proceeding south don't have a visible path around the bend on Reedmount Avenue. It is essential for Reedmount Avenue residents to have an exit to Shepherd. Parking should remain on the GO site with a level parking. This section from the townhouses on Reedmount Avenue to Dory need a light or a stop sign for residents to exit and enter to this section. These are not provided in the one that in the proposed design of is it June 2020 June 22nd 2022, that they don't allow for that an alternate street. For example, when I didn't have this in there, but on December the 22nd, 2022, there was an accident at the Village Green Square. There is no way to allow residents or people that are traveling north on that street another street to exit to go north in the case of an accident. I spent 2 hours to come back to my residence at 62 because there was also an incident at Birchmount and Bay Mills. I had made a U-turn at that Village Green Square, tried to go up Warden, and there was also another accident over here at Cardwell. So I think that the area's got a really congested area of traffic, and the committee or this connection study, this Southwest Transportation Connection Study, should consider the street and the traffic flow in this neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of the deputant?
Yes, I do have a question.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher has
I'm
a
just
question.
wondering how long you've been working on this. It seems like it's a fairly long time trying to get this connection created.
Joined them during the COVID transportation committee and online, and I don't see that their proposals change. They have the suggestions of traffic light, but not understanding that not the past snowfall, but the previous snowfall, it took 6 days for them to even clear on Ravine.
Sorry, it's hard to hear you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, speakers on this item? Okay, questions of staff, Councillor Morley.
Just to confirm on this item, my reading of the report is that to the deputant's new complete street is warranted, but it's not in the next 10 years of capital planning. I'm just wondering what the status report is from staff and when you anticipate this being included.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Morley. Through the speaker, we have a stage gating process for our capital budget, and so now that this environmental assessment is coming to a conclusion, the next capital budget process will give us an opportunity to identify the timing of the roadworks and the multi-use trail in the capital budget. And to the deputant, the first deputant's point about the multi-use trail, we do anticipate building that before the complete street is completed as well.
Thank you. Just a follow-up. So is it feasible that next year's budget process, we could see this come into the 10-year capital program?
We would start to identify the next stages of work in the capital program, so detailed design and putting the amount for construction out into the plan. So we would phase that appropriately in that next phase.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Sorry, apologies. It sounds like we may have one additional deputant that had just registered. We're just going to check into that, make sure they're registered. Sorry, the individual that registered to speak on this item, if you want to come forward, you can just state your name and then they'll finish the registration after. You're welcome to come up and speak now. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Alison Stewart. I'm the co-acting executive director of Cycle Toronto. We are an organization that seeks to help inspire our civic leaders and residents to discover the joys and practicalities of active transportation, specifically the use of the bicycle. I'm here today to speak in support of improving transportation connections for the folks in Southwest Agincourt, or Agincourt, depending on how you speak. And really, I would just like to say, as someone and an organization who has seen the expansion and success of the rollout of our active transportation network in the core, specifically through the wild success of Bike Share Toronto, for example, the success of Active TO and Cafe TO, which has been increasing the livelihood and the economic vibrancy and opening up options for people to get around safely and conveniently. We would really like to call on the city to help expand this network of complete streets that we are seeing and benefiting from the downtown core to those that actually need it most. People that live and work in the inner suburbs, such as Scarborough, and specifically the people living around Agincourt, and some of whom have spoken this morning. And I'd like to mention that it's really inspiring to listen to residents who take the time, on a Monday morning to speak and share their thoughts about important issues that impact them every day. So we are really calling on supporting their calls for making it easier for people to safely walk, bike, take transit, or roll. And right now, that is certainly not the case in this area or in most parts of Scarborough. And I will say that any time that I go to Scarborough, which is increasing because we want to support as many residents as possible, giving them options to make it safely to transit, and they have larger distances to travel, is really important. And I can understand why it may be difficult for many to help implement new streets that include separated cycle tracks, improved sidewalks, tighter turning radii is hard because the majority of transportation that people view as being the most convenient is car use. Well, we're going to be hearing today when we start talking about the Gardiner East that as we grow, and we're expecting to welcome 250,000 new people over the next decade, if every one of those people come in one of their cars, like many of the people that can afford to today, then our congestion management and our traffic woes and our climate mitigation strategies are all going to really fall to the wayside in an even worse state than they are today. And so it's with that I really call on you to listen to the residents and the people that live in the area of Ward 22 and beyond, to do what you can to expedite the complete street, to revisit the safety initiatives along this corridor, to really ensure that people have a choice to get around safely, and to really minimize that exit to the 401. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go back to questions of staff. Were there any additional questions of staff? Councillor Matlow?
The last deputant just brought up the Gardiner. So in the context of the time frame for building this complete street, like how much are we spending on rebuilding the eastern section of the Gardiner versus our program to create new cycling infrastructure and complete streets?
So I think the preference would probably be to answer that with the Gardiner question on the next item.
Well, but in the
Anybody
context
in
of,
city
well,
staff have those
I'm looking
numbers
into the
available right
time
now?
frame for being able to build this.
I'll speak to the costing of this particular project if that's helpful, and we'll move on to the questions regarding the Gardiner on that item. But the cost of this project, the new complete street, is about $41.5 million in the current budget estimate. That is just at a 30% preliminary design, so we'll take that through the detailed design process and cost it further. That doesn't include the additional cycling infrastructure and pedestrian infrastructure in this study, like the multi-use trail, which would probably be in the range of $800,000 to $1 million in that piece. The entire cycling infrastructure budget annually is $20 million, although in the 2023 budget, we do have $30 million because an additional $10 million is allocated for the West Toronto Rail Path. The budget for complete streets is more than those two figures, though, because many of the projects in our growth category do, in fact, all of the projects in our growth category account for a complete street design. So we'd have to really pull out each of those figures to identify the cost of our complete street budget.
What I'm hearing from you, though, if I hear you correctly, through you, is that the amount of money that we're prioritizing toward complete streets is just minimal compared to what we would budget toward rebuilding the least used section of an elevated expressway.
The complete streets budget is in the tens of millions of dollars range, and so that is commensurate with the growth projects as well as the proportion of state of good repair that's built with the complete street approach.
Would you remind me, so how long will it take us, based on the budget that we've provided you, to build this complete street?
Councillor, we haven't identified a particular year for this project yet because we are stage gating, and at this point we've just completed the municipal class environmental assessment, so we'll file that and then look at the timing of both the multi-use trail, the other active transportation improvements, and this street in the 10-year capital plan. So that's the next stage, is to identify the year for it to go.
Okay, but
and we've worked closely with the developer of the site that this street is adjacent to ensure that the development would build that component of the street as part of their project as well.
The benefit of the residents in the community, though, when we talk about the 10-year plan, do we believe that it will be completed within the next 10 years?
Councillor, I wouldn't be able to make a commitment on that at this stage. We do need to take it through the next part of the detailed design. There are some complexities with the rail component, but I wouldn't say it's outside of the 10 years, but we need to look at that through the next 10-year budget process.
So if we didn't spend as much money on building rebuilding elevated expressways, and we provided you a larger budget to be able to move on providing options for active transportation, would that benefit your projects? Would that possibly affect even expediting your time frame?
We're moving as quickly as we can on these growth projects and complete street improvements. I can't comment on comparable budget changes and how they impact this work.
Through the chair, though, I will say that the Gardiner rehabilitation plan is funded through state of good repair dollars, not new and enhanced, which is what the Agincourt EA, when it ultimately gets built, will be drawing on. It will be on new and enhanced, not state of good repair.
But certainly, and this is the last question, but if we did provide you with a larger budget to be able to move on complete street projects, would it not be like, whether it be some of the challenges that we found in Eglinton and elsewhere, would you not be able to move on them quicker and perhaps do things that you can't do today without the money, without the money to do so?
Through the chair, I mean, certainly we've spent a lot of time and effort in the last couple of years, as I think you know, in improving our spend rate and being able to deliver projects more expeditiously. Council has also given us the direction to look at complete streets every time we do a new and enhanced project. So looking at those budgets, we cash flow those budgets over years so that we are spending the money in the year that the project is ready to go. And as you know, they're complicated. They often involve land purchases and relationships with other tricky partners like railroads, etc.
So this is too complicated to answer whether or not...
I'm doing my best.
I know you're doing...
You're at 5 minutes. Thank you.
Perhaps we'll speak again.
Absolutely.
Additional questions? So I just have a quick question. I just want to make sure I understand process. So before us today is an environmental study report. So that's the first step. And then is the second step detailed design?
And the property acquisition required for the components. But we would bring the multi-use trail project forward in parallel to the municipal class environmental assessment and the complete street. They aren't sequenced. They're both projects that need to be moved forward.
Okay, and then detailed design also gives detailed costing?
Yes, at this stage, we've done a 30% preliminary design in partnership with the adjacent developer, and so we'll move forward into the next stage. Once we have municipal class environmental assessment approval, we'll go into detailed design.
And is that a normal process that we follow for major infrastructure projects?
Yes, we would
including
be
Port
able to-
Union, that I know I'm finally getting construction on a complete street this year on. Is that a normal process?
Yes, in order to prepare for the tender and construction, we need to advance the design to a more detailed and tender-ready stage.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions? I think I was the last one. Speakers on this item? Okay, a mover on the recommendations? Councillor Sachs. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, that brings us to IE 2.5. I have asked for a staff presentation, so we'll have a presentation from staff, followed by the deputations. Then we'll go to questions of staff and then speakers. So we'll give them a minute to set up there.
Madam Chair, while they're getting set up, I have a motion which I would like to have added to the agenda. Oh, it's not ready? Okay. Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thanks for the patience while we got set up. We prepared a presentation related to the Gardiner Expressway State of Good Repair Program in response to the administrative inquiry referred from City Council to answer the following questions. What is the updated cost estimate for the Hybrid 3? And is the $500 million for contracts awarded still accurate? So I'm going to start by explaining the overall Gardiner Strategic Rehabilitation Program and how the Gardiner East EA fits into this. I'll then hand it over to my colleague, David Stonehouse, for some additional background information, and then we'll come back to clarify what's been completed to date on the Gardiner East EA implementation and what the known impacts are of changing course. So the Gardiner Expressway was built in the 1950s, stretches 18 kilometers from the Highway 427 in the west to the Don River in the east. 11 kilometers of the Gardiner are at grade, and the remaining 7 kilometers east of Dufferin Street are on elevated bridge structures. Given that the expressway is more than 60 years old and very heavily used, it is in critical need of rehabilitation. In 2014, Council approved the Gardiner Strategic Rehabilitation Plan to address state of good repair needs for the entire 18-kilometer corridor. Work on the Strategic Rehabilitation Plan is currently underway through 6 projects, one of which has been completed already. So the map on the screen shows the extent of the 6 projects. So I'll be referring to them by their number. Section 3 and 6 are the at-grade expressway sections, and as the slide shows, these projects are still a few years out from starting, although design work has commenced. Sections 2 and 4 are elevated expressway sections. Section 2 is in active procurement to award the construction contract before the end of 2023, and Section 4 will continue to advance this year as we plan to issue a contract for engineering services to prepare for starting the work in 2026. The Gardiner East EA sections are sections 1 and 5 combined, shown here in orange and teal. Work began in 2018 on the implementation of the 2017 provincially approved environmental assessment. Section 1 was completed in 2021, and for Section 5, work began between the Don River and Logan in 2021 by Waterfront Toronto. This work will wrap up in 2024. The section from Cherry Street to the Don River, including the Cherry Street ramps, are in design and expected to go into construction in 2026. Now we've lost our maps.
IT person, sorry, we lost this.
Can we just get AV support? They're working on it.
These were going so well. There we go. All right, thank you. The total budget for the Gardiner rehab, having a little trouble with that word today. I better get used to it because I got to say it a few more times. The total budget for the Gardiner rehabilitation works is $2.3 billion. This chart breaks down the total budget for each section with hatched areas depicting where construction is completed or in process and funds have been spent. These funds that have been completed or in process, where the funds have been spent are no longer included in Transportation Services Capital Plan because that's a go-forward document. So on the next slide, there's currently $1.888 million in Transportation Services 2023 to 2032 budget and capital plan to complete the rehabilitation of the remaining 5 sections. Overall, more than $500 million is currently committed across the entire 18-kilometer corridor, with $1,390 million for remaining works that will be contracted in the coming years. The Gardiner East EA implementation is only a portion, $1.2 billion, of the total budget as shown in this slide. It is a more complex project with multiple components that consist of more than just rehabilitating the expressway and is therefore quite different from other sections of the Gardiner. To date, $403 million has been spent on sections 1 and 5, and there is $148 million fully committed to continue to implement the Gardiner East EA. This slide shows the 9 different components of the Gardiner East Hybrid 3 design, generally moving from west to east, or I guess left to right. The components are the recently completed rehabilitation of the elevated expressway between Jarvis and Cherry, that's shown in orange, a major realignment, which is shown in light blue, of the existing 6-lane Lakeshore Boulevard, which will be removed after that realignment is completed. The reconstruction of the elevated expressway between Cherry and the DVP with new ramps just east of Cherry Street and to and from the DVP, and removal of the existing expressway to follow. The removal of the Logan ramps, the reconstruction, lengthening, and widening of the Lakeshore Bridge across the Don River, and finally, the reconstruction of the Lakeshore Boulevard east of the Don River, which takes us to the dark purple. The dark blue area represents the general extent of the public realm improvements that was imposed as a condition of the province's approval of the Gardiner EA between Jarvis and the Don River. I'm now going to hand it over to David Stonehouse to provide some background information on the Gardiner East EA.
Good morning. So the project
Can I
was
just ask a quick question? You don't have any pictures, right? Like overhead pictures of like what you, oh, they're coming? Oh, wonderful.
So the EA process was initiated in 2007. It was an individual EA following the requirements of the Environmental Assessment Act. The alternative solutions phase played out between 2013 and 2015 with a stop at the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee in March of 2014, and then a return to committee and then eventually council in June of 2015. The preferred alternative was then designed, and 3 designs were considered. There was a final report to council in March of 2016, and a preferred design was selected. Provincial approval was granted in November of 2017, and then subsequent to that, a public realm plan was created and submitted to the ministry. And we are now in design and implementation. These sum up the alternative solutions that were considered in the alternative solutions phase. Maintain, which involved rehabilitating the elevated structure in Lakeshore Boulevard. Replace, which would involve a new elevated structure, narrower. Modifications, improve, which would have involved modifications to the existing elevated structure, making it narrower, but leaving it substantially as is. And then finally, remove, which was also called Boulevard. And these 4 were considered, taken to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee in March of 2014. The committee added a hybrid alternative, which was then carried forward in the process. So at the conclusion of the alternative solution stage, there was a focused comparison of 2 options with a recommendation for council to select a preferred solution based on the EA study criteria. Remove on the basis of greater emphasis on urban design, environment, and economics, and hybrid on the basis of greater emphasis on transportation and infrastructure. So this was in June of 2015, and council selected hybrid. This is the original hybrid that you see in this rendering, and it was taken forward for additional analysis through the alternative designs phase of the environmental assessment. We assessed the 3 hybrids that you see here, hybrid 1, 2, and 3, and the refinement process included looking for opportunities to maximize public land value creation, improve public realm, and optimize travel times and network performance. Hybrid 3 is on the right, and the main character of hybrid 3 is that it moves the Gardiner as far north as it could go to the rail line, allowing for lands south of the Gardiner to be allocated for mixed use development, public realm, and water's edge promenades. So this was in March of 2016. A slide which shows the components of hybrid 3. So in orange, or I guess yellow, removal of the Logan ramps, which extended east from the Don River. In orange, realignment and reconstruction of Lakeshore Boulevard to a 6-lane cross-section. In dark blue, an elevated expressway reconstructed with new on and off ramps near Cherry Street. In light blue, reclaimed space that was realized as a result of moving the Lakeshore Boulevard as well as the elevated expressway. And then in striped blue, rehabilitation of the elevated expressway west of Cherry Street, and then in green, public realm improvements. And a final slide before I turn it over to Barbara on the public realm vision, which east of the Don is being implemented now by Waterfront Toronto, and then west of the Don will be implemented as part of the work done by Engineering and Construction Services and Transportation Services.
Thank you, David. Okay, so now we're going to finish up by talking about some of the known impacts and a little bit more on the budget. So just a quick recap on the Gardiner East EA components. Given the complexity of the project, there's been a significant amount of progress on implementing the EA, with work completed or underway across the entire length of the area from Jarvis to Logan. Works that have either been completed or are actively under construction where funds have been spent associated with the Gardiner East project, approximately $403 million. This includes the $340 million for the now completed rehabilitation of Section 1 Elevated Expressway, along with $63 million spent to date by Waterfront Toronto on the removal of the Logan ramps, Lakeshore Bridge reconstruction, and the reconstruction of the Lakeshore east of the Don River. There is approximately $148 million in committed funds that can likewise be considered spent. This $148 million covers the balance of costs for the works Waterfront Toronto is actively constructing, and those can be seen to the right of this slide, the light and dark purple areas. The $148 million in committed funds also covers interim repairs to the existing expressway structure until reconstruction can start in 2026, and for design work. In total, spent and committed funds is approximately 45% of the total Gardiner East hybrid budget of $1.2 billion. The balance of works, the remaining 55%, included is $650 million in the capital plan, covers the 2022 $450 million preliminary cost for the construction of the new on and off ramps at Cherry Street, realigned elevated expressway, and realigned Lakeshore Boulevard, and then $200 million for other project elements such as the public realm improvements that is a condition of the EA, electrical work, street lighting, and utility relocations. The $650 million estimated for these works is a high-level estimate only, with the final estimates to be confirmed as design progresses. Preliminary design work is nearing completion for the realignment of Lakeshore Boulevard and new realigned expressway and ramps, Cherry and the DVP, and preliminary design work is also in progress for the public realm improvements. To close the presentation, we've highlighted the known impacts of changing course at this stage. There could be other unforeseen impacts as well, given the magnitude of this infrastructure and complexity of this waterfront area. The known impacts can be categorized into three sort of themes: administrative challenges that have time and cost implications, interfaces with the potential impacts to adjacent properties, and the potential for significant throwaway costs given what's been completed over the last 7 years. So on the administrative challenges, a major EA amendment would need to revisit alternate solutions, designs, and complete additional consultation at the different stages. The process would need to examine different options, some of which could be new due to what's been completed to date and given other changes to the surrounding context. A major amendment would likely take several years to complete and has additional cost implications. Just for focus, although we're not saying that it would cost this much, the original EA was $8.5 million to complete. The lower young EA completed in 2018 would also likely need to be amended, as it assumes the preferred design from the Gardiner EA. This project is currently advancing through preliminary design, and this work would need to be stopped. So interfacing with and potential impacts to adjacent properties. The area of the central waterfront has a considerable number of major infrastructure works and development activity that the Gardiner East Hybrid 3 interfaces with. Some of these interfacing projects, like the Waterfront East LRT, could likewise see delays given the complex sequencing that's needed for construction. Delays would also create significant uncertainty for surrounding properties with active development applications, such as East Harbor, and applications further along in the development approvals process with shovels in the ground or close to being in the ground could also be impacted. And the last category is throwaway costs. There is the $340 million spent to rehabilitate Section 1. There would likely be some throwaway costs even with a new alternative that maintains this section as an elevated expressway. Waterfront Toronto is currently reconstructing the Lakeshore Bridge over the Don River. Any change to the Gardiner design could impact this bridge with the potential for throwaway costs associated with what's been constructed to date. And finally, there would be the need for additional interim repair costs to safely maintain the existing expressway if there is any additional delay. And with that, we will turn it back to you, Chairman Kelby.
Sorry, Madam Chair, could you, Ms. Great, just do the numbers that she had on page 17. It was so fast, I couldn't get them written down. There were numbers associated with each one of these, which is a very clear diagram. Do you mind, please?
Yes, in section 1,
Yes,
the 340 million for the completed rehabilitation section, along with the 63 million spent to date by Waterfront Toronto on the removal of the Logan ramps. There's the 148 million in committed funds that covers the balance of cost for the Waterfront Toronto works. So that's seen in the dark purple, that's the 148.
okay, that includes the bridge.
Yes.
Okay,
That also covers some interim repairs on the go forward. So in total spent and committed funds, approximately 45% of the total Gardiner East hybrid budget of 1.2 billion. And the balance of works, the remaining 55%, that is included in the capital plan, that's $650 million. Of that 650, 450 is the preliminary cost for the construction for the new on and off ramps at Cherry Street, the realigned elevated expressway, and the realigned Lakeshore Boulevard, and then 200 million for other project elements such as the public realm improvements, electrical work, street lighting, utility relocations, and the like.
thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move to deputations, and then I am sure you'll be back for questions. So our first speaker is Gilles Penaloza. You have 5 minutes.
I want to thank Councilor Matlow for bringing up the issue. I want to thank Deputy Mayor McKelvey for chairing this. And as a citizen, I want to thank you for having stepped up to assume the mayorship. I think the city has not been in such good hands for many, many, many years. So thank you. I think that one of the things that makes us different species is that we can create our habitats. I think the elevated highway was bad 7 years ago. It's even worse now to do that hybrid option. With COVID, we know that our travel patterns change. We don't know how much more are they going to change in the future. Under COVID, the city is in a huge financial crisis. So we need to be very careful with the funding. We need to let citizens also know the magnitude of this. This Gardiner is the equivalent of doing the hybrid, $600 per every man, woman, and child in the city. I wonder what citizens would say if you go to any home and knock on the door and say, oh, hello, can you give me $600? Why? Oh, because I want to save 3 minutes to 2% of the commuters. Oh, I see your spouse, another $600. Oh, and he's carrying a baby, another $600. Almost $2,000 per household. It's a huge amount, huge. I'm very much pro-safe streets. And this is 44% of the transportation capital budget for 10 years. I mean, we need 1 out of 4 streets in Toronto do not have sidewalks. That's totally uncivilized. A sidewalk should be almost like a human right for safe streets. But we don't have money because we're putting all of it on the Gardiner. We are doing 180 humps when we need over 5,000 humps. Why 180? That's a joke. We have over 10,000 neighborhood blocks that need humps. So 180 is nothing. We need to have over 1,500 speed cameras, but we are getting 45. Why? Because we don't have money for Vision Zero, because all of the money is in the transportation capital is going there. We need road diodes. We need a citywide bike infrastructure. In the last 8 years, we've done only 10 kilometers per year, less than 10 kilometers. We need to do more than 75 kilometers per year. So I think the Boulevard option is better, even if it was going to cost more, even if there were no benefits. Except that there are a lot of benefits. If we switch from the elevator to the Boulevard, we are going to open up space for 8,000 homes. That's over 15,000 people. more parks, more green space. We're going to save over $500 million, and also we get the opportunity of another $500 million. More important, we're going to connect the city to the lake. Connect the city to the lake. Toronto is a waterfront city, and we are totally isolated by those gigantic elevated highways. And I think that staff and council and people like me, we are too committed on issues. So what I'm suggesting is that immediately, the work is going to begin in 2026. We could take 6 months. Why don't we ask the universities? We have amazing universities. Let's ask immediately, University of Toronto, York University, and TMU, to gather a team of experts, engineers, environmentalists, public health, sociologists, psychologists, to evaluate the impact, where we are and where we should be. I think that I was reading when Bill Davis, this is a Bill Davis moment. I remember when Bill Davis, when he stopped the Spadina Expressway, he said very clear, quote, if we are building a transportation system to serve the automobile, the Spadina Expressway would be the good place to start. But if we are building a transportation system to serve people, the Spadina Expressway is a good place to stop. I honestly think that we are not a river. We can go back. I think that we need to do things right, but more important, we need to do the right things. So doing that elevated hybrid option is on time, on budget, would be doing things right. But if we are blocking the city, if it's bad for the environment, bad for health, bad for economic development, bad for housing, bad for everything, then we'd be doing things right, but we would not be doing the right things. So with all respect, I ask City Council to reconsider, and let's get a third opinion in 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions to the Deputy? Councillor Matlow?
Thank you. Thank you for your very thoughtful deputation, Gil. You have worked with cities all around the world. You've advised mayors, you've worked with the civil service. Can you think of many cities around the world that, while the Gardiner was built in the 1950s, are there many cities around the world that you can name that are now building new elevated expressways along their waterfronts?
I can think of many cities that are tearing down the elevated highways. And not only elevated highways, even regular highways, all over North America, all over the US. Actually, even President Biden has a specific billions of dollars to give cities to tear down highways that are going through the cities, through the waterfronts that are blocking. So I don't think of any civilized city. Also because it's bad for the environment. It's terrible for climate change. So I cannot think of any. That's what everybody was doing 50 years ago.
So Toronto would stand.
People are doing now.
So Toronto would stand out as a city that's doing something, reversing the trend.
Downtown, on the waterfront, Toronto would stand out for the wrong reasons. Yes.
What do you think that leaders in cities around the world that are moving in a different direction than we would be, what would they be saying about Toronto if we decided to focus so much of our capital budget toward an elevated expressway?
Well, there are a lot of cities that have stopped doing not only elevated highways, but highways, and putting it into safe streets. Mm-hmm. Cities like Oslo, last year they got 0 people dead on the streets, 0 pedestrians, 0 cyclists, people in cars also 0. We should not have any people dying. I mean, I live near Parkside. On Parkside last year, a couple that had been married for 52 years were in their car and they were killed. And then we don't have money to do the road diet, we don't have money to do the changes, because all of the money is going into this budget. So I would say that we will clearly be moving in the wrong direction, and that would be the perception of others. The other thing we need to remember is that we are the fastest growing region by population, the fastest growing in the developed world, by far. Mm-hmm. They are faster growing in emerging countries, in Africa, in Latin America, but in the developed. And we really need to do, I think, things differently. I also think COVID COVID changed. People never thought that people were going to work from home. Now people are working hybrid. Also, hybrid is a wrong word in this case. Why? Because, of course, a 60-year-old elevated highways are very expensive to maintain, very expensive, much more than on ground. But a 6-year-old needed to be repaired. So people said, if we're going to fix it, it's under $500 million. If we're going to tear it down to a boulevard, it's also under $500 million. But somehow, the mayor went away and came back and said, oh, wow, I have an idea, let's do a hybrid, which caught everybody by surprise. Not fix it on the $500 million, not do the boulevard on the $500 million, no, tear it down and rebuild it 100 meters north. It's going to be only $1.8 billion. Now it's $2.3 billion.
So my final question, and you bring up a really interesting point, actually, that while it was sold as a hybrid solution, in fact, removing any contiguous connection between the DVP and the rest of the Gardiner would be the other extreme. In fact, the Boulevard, in fact, is the hybrid solution. So do you believe that, like, just because a city or any individual has made mistakes in the past, that they need to keep repeating the mistakes, or, and do you believe that a report, frankly, a briefing note that was pulled together in 2 days is adequate to make such a big decision, or should we have more of a comprehensive report to help us with such a big decision that could affect our future?
Well, that's why I'm asking. The University of Toronto has a school of cities. York University has a cities institute. TMU has another one. Why don't we ask the three of them to get together and come up with a recommendation? Environmental, happiness, quality of air, safety, connecting the city. What is going to make a better city? I think the best urbanism in all of Canada is taking place in Toronto along the waterfront. What is taking place along the Don River is magnificent. We need to do all we can to connect the city so that the waterfront is really everybody's waterfront.
Thank you.
It's time. Thank you. Any additional questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Lynn Adamson. Thank you for joining us, Lynn. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, councillors. I'm speaking today as co-chair of Climate Fest. Climate Fest has worked since 2012 to urge action on the Climate Fest. We have supported the development and funding of the Transform TO Climate Plan since before its adoption in 2017. In 2015, the Gardiner Rebuild Plan was adopted by 24 to 21 vote. A change in just 2 votes would have supported the simpler version. In 2015, the city did not have a climate lens on its decisions. It had not declared a climate emergency. It had not yet adopted our net zero by 2040 plan, which requires a climate lens on all decisions. This requirement is being implemented, I understand, in this budget year. We are asking you to apply the climate lens now to a review of this decision. Why is this important? Just look at the graph. Okay? Temperatures are going up around the world. We have a responsibility to do our part in our city. We're the biggest city in Canada, and cities contribute 70% of the emissions. The IPCC report out today, I was just looking at it. It's code red, folks. Life is different now, and we have a different lens on what we're doing than we had in 2015. So how are we doing in cutting our emissions? Well, we're not doing very well. Okay, we've basically stalled since 2011, that's 12 years, with a little dip for COVID. Transform TO has set a goal of 45% cut by 2025 and 65% cut by 2030. We might make the 45% cut by 2025, but I don't see what is in place that can possibly get us to a 65% reduction by 2030 Unless we get people out of cars and onto transit, that would help us cut the 33% of emissions from transportation that are 75% caused by private cars driving on our roads. And as was mentioned earlier, population is increasing. We just cannot continue to accommodate the car as our top priority. We have to change transportation patterns in a big way, and that won't happen while we are cutting service and increasing fares on transit. When I look through the budgets, I see that transit looks like a poor cousin to the transportation budget. I note that Gardiner accounts for nearly 50% of all our transportation capital budget spending planned for this 10-year period, and nearly $2 billion of a $4 billion transportation capital budget is for the Gardiner. So, other road projects are being starved of funds. You've already heard about them today, in order to build this more expensive version of the link between the DVP and the Gardiner. No funds available for planning and implementing changes to deadly streets, for example, Parkside Drive and Avenue Road, as well as many suburban streets, including Lawrence Avenue East. Road design suggests travel speed, so it's hard to make meaningful changes in driver behavior without redesign. The transit budget has a guaranteed capital budget of $12 million, but that is just a tiny part of what is needed. $12 million compared to $4 billion, right? There's an unfunded budget of billions, including $1.67 billion for electric buses that were to have been purchased last year. But the buses are unfunded while the rebuild of the Gardiner goes ahead. And I'm sorry, I'm a little shaky in the voice, but it just should be obvious, folks, right? I live on Vaughan Road, just south of Eglinton and Oakwood. I ride my bike through the beautiful Cedarvale Ravine and Nordheimer Ravine. They would have been destroyed if no one had sat in on the areas north of Eglinton, and nobody had said our city is too precious for this, and our city is too precious to miss an opportunity to make it better. There are 5.4 acres sitting under the section of the Gardiner we are talking about. Could be housing and much needed green space. This could be a place that makes a statement about Toronto's vision for the future. So, I showed you some of those figures, but now I'm going to show you when I had the opportunity to speak on CP24 about the very concerns I'm speaking about today and where we need to shift our priorities. We need to get people out of cars, take transit, and that's what we need, or we're going to have an unlivable city and an unlivable planet. While I was saying that, the death toll from Cyclone Freddy in Malawi, fast on the screen, 200 dead in a storm that is caused by our emissions from the global north. And our own residents are suffering from storms, rising food costs due to drought, and the wild weather that is going to leave hundreds of thousands of residents vulnerable to heat domes. We know that action is needed on the expressway due to its age, but we want to see it consistent with city policies. You've changed your policies since 2015. So take the opportunity at this midpoint in the process to send a message that these priorities have changed. A full staff report could give you the chance to shift some money to fund those higher priorities. And so we're asking for the full review and to not commit to any further contracts until the review is complete. We have signed the Gardiner East Transparency's letter, and we support those asks. The decisions you are making today on this Gardiner rebuild need to reflect our priorities today and what we want to see in the future. This is long-term. If we do things the way we've always done them, we will not be doing everything
10 seconds
to give our children a living future. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor
Yes.
You were wonderful, by the way. You had no reason to be nervous at all.
Yeah.
But speaking of how you were feeling when you were speaking to the committee, you've heard a lot, as have I and many others from City Hall, that even though this has been, not in their words, but I'm paraphrasing, a historic mistake for so many reasons, that we're just too far gone and we just got to keep doing it because we already decided and we spent some money on it. So why do you keep coming here? Why do you keep advocating, given that this is the message from City Hall? We don't care, they don't care. Why do you keep advocating for what you believe in?
Yeah, because it's really important. And I want to see what the committee's decision is going to be on the day that the new IPCC report has just come out. And I also have taken a position on the climate advisory group of the city. I'm actually chair at the moment, and we're just getting started, so I cannot speak for that, the climate advisory group today, but I can tell you that our job is to help the city achieve its transform TO targets. And it looks pretty difficult to do, pretty impossible to do. We have to make the impossible possible. We got to start by showing that we're changing the way we're making decisions, that we are putting a climate lens on our decisions, and we're really going to do things differently to shift our patterns.
When David Miller was mayor, Toronto had an international reputation as being a leader in really looking for solutions to address the climate crisis. Toronto has lost that reputation under the last two mayors. So, what do you, from the people you hear from, the people you advocate with, what do you, and your neighbors, what are you hearing about Toronto when it comes to being maybe the only city in the world that wants to build an expressway along their waterfront when everybody else is doing quite the opposite?
I think what you're hearing is that it just doesn't fit with, we're actually way ahead. Our Transform TO policy, the net zero by 2040, that is leading. I've talked to people elsewhere in Ontario who say this is leading. You can't find anything better in Ontario, at least, right? Certainly across Canada, we should be a leader. I think Vancouver is way ahead of us, and there are other cities that are doing things, but we have that policy and that plan, and there's that potential is there to be a leader again, and it just doesn't fit with doing, not even changing the last little bit. Like, I think it would be incredibly symbolic if you changed the last bit of that rebuild and took down those ramps between the DVP and the Gardiner and brought it down to ground, took that land, made it for housing, made it for parkland, and that would send a message. And that's what I'm asking the community today. What message are you sending to people in the city? You can just drive forever, and for 3 minutes of saved travel time, we'll spend all the kind of money that it takes because we already did it, or because we're willing to take another look, because times have changed, thinking has changed. Climate is a code red for the climate. That's the UN. They're begging us, do something for the climate here, folks. Well, this is our chance to at least send a signal, put some money back into these complete street projects, put some money back into transit, get our e-buses, get back on track for the changes we say we want to see. Let's do them.
Thank you for being a leader, Lynn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions, the deputant? Okay, thank you for coming in today. Our next deputant is Allison Stewart. Allison, you have 5 minutes.
Hello again. I'm Allison from Cycle Toronto. One, I'd like to thank the city staff for putting together that great comprehensive presentation, going over some of the costs and issues you're all faced with deciding today. I will say that we do support the motion to review the cost to this incredibly expensive hybrid project. When the decision to not choose the Boulevard option was made in 2015, it was a truly lost opportunity for the city, and one that is we're continuing to pay for in overt ways related to public debt, but also in more covert and less implicit ways, such as the personal debt that's linked to car ownership and the incentivizing and encouragement of single car use occupancy over public transportation. As the first deputation referred to it, but when the decision was made, the data indicated that more people were coming into the city using transit than commuting into the city, and just 3% of those use the Gardiner East. So that's incredibly a wasteful view of how we're translating or looking at transportation data. Thankfully, the city has made much progress since 2015, and really we're in a bit of a different world and a different phase. There are ways that it might be hard to see on a daily basis when you're walking around, but in terms of connecting and moving more people sustainably and equitably through active modes of transportation, and I'm going to use bike share here as an example because it is one of the city's excellent public programs that's actually moving the needle. And since 2016, when Bike Share took over the operations of the program, it has grown upwards of 300%. And so it's been really giving residents access to an efficient, affordable, and healthier option to connect to public transportation and get around the city. I've mentioned it in my last deputation regarding Agincourt, and I'll say it again. I may repeat it later in the day, but as the city expects to grow an additional 250,000 new residents over the next decade, the city needs to ensure that these people will have transportation options that don't rely on single car use occupancy. The current cost to maintain our existing road infrastructure is prohibitively expensive, and it drains funds that could otherwise go towards important social services and infrastructure that supports active modes of transportation. And this is where I would like to put out a bigger question. We currently fund the city's transportation network, at least the public transportation network, such as the TTC and Bike Share. Those are funded in part through charging user fees, which is related to a cost recovery model. And so a question that many of us have is, why are we not leveraging similar cost recovery tools to help fund public infrastructure that benefits only those who have access to a car? So with that said, Cycle Toronto urges the city to consider leveraging a cost recovery model and other revenue tools to take a more equitable approach to how it funds infrastructure that supports automobility versus active modes of transportation. And we, like many, are looking forward to reviewing the report outlined in MM 3.5, reviewing the revenue tool options for Toronto to see what revenue generating options and fund recovery options, more specifically, will be available under the City of Toronto Act 2006. With the objective of taking a more equitable and balanced approach to how the city subsidizes its transportation network, addressing the looming climate crisis and public health crises should really take precedence over maintaining the Gardiner and other infrastructure that really discriminates the majority of people who get around by foot, by bike, and public transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputation is Ingrid Boudet. Do you have Ingrid in the room or online? Online?
I am online. I'd like to share my screen.
Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, it says I cannot share my content.
It takes a second to take effect, so.
Okay. There we go. Okay, I trust you can see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for an opportunity to express my concerns about the Gardiner Expressway from a different perspective, a human perspective. A little bit about me. So my name is Ingrid Boudet, and during the lockdown, I was frequently woken up during the night by street racing and illegal mufflers. One morning, I followed one motorbike in my mind and on my watch for 10 minutes. I knew it was on an elevated expressway because it got louder. And I realized later, when I checked my time on Google Maps, that I heard that bike from 7 kilometers away. That was when No More Noise Toronto campaign was born. So let's talk a little bit about urban noise. It's the #2 urban environmental health hazard, right after air pollution. And sound has a term in there in the science called free field. And this is an area where sound may propagate free from any form of obstruction. So this is the free field from the Gardiner Expressway looking west. So those buildings, those residents in those buildings, they're about 1 kilometer away. They already hear the sound of one loud car or bike or road noise from a dump truck from that expressway. This is the free field from the curve of the expressway. So this is a radius of 5 kilometers. Remember, I heard my motorbike from 7. So I've decreased the radius, and over 500,000 people live in this area. So unless there is something obstructing that sound, they hear it. More people are coming. The rehabilitated Don River will make the Portlands a desirable place to live for an additional 200,000 people. And right now, that area is already very loud. According to Toronto Public Health, this area is consistently above 55 decibels. The expressways are and will always be loud. And additionally, for the construction, residents will be subjected to intermittent and impulsive construction noise for a decade, from building of the Ontario line, building of the new expressway, and tearing down of the old one. And these people are trapped. When your neighborhood looks like this, the soundscape is dominated by horns, banging, hammering, demolition at all hours or during the day. And then not to mention the loud vehicles and bright lights that can often be from those cranes that shine at all hours. And I'd like to draw your attention to many of us have the option to leave the city, but many people don't. And some people that live downtown are also not able to leave the city. So they have no choice but to stay and suffer through that noise. Noise is actually an equity issue. So the health impacts of urban noise, they start at 55 decibels. And this area is actually, according to Toronto Public Health, 55 decibels even at night. So these people are subjected to noise 24/7. There is no break. And what are the health impacts that they may have from this? Hearing loss, tinnitus, sleep deprivation, fatigue, lack of productivity, ischemic heart disease, which actually leads to heart attacks, cognitive decline, depression, anxiety, high levels of annoyance. We can't shut off our ears. We actually have no defense against sound. And all of these already will further tax our healthcare system. And the impact on kids is significant. According to the World Health Organization, urban noise creates reduced reading and oral comprehension, reduced helping behavior, increased aggressive behavior, increased susceptibility to feelings of helplessness. And the problems that they have as children may persist or worsen through the course of their life. Is this the kind of world, is this the kind of environment that we want to develop in that area? So what is the solution? I think Waterfront Toronto knows the solution. When I was doing my research and I looked at their videos, there's no elevated expressways in their renderings. And the ground level option will reduce noise, benefit millions of people, positively impact our economy in a sustainable fashion, and move us towards our climate goals. Like so many people have already deputed, an elevated expressway does not fit with Toronto's Transform TO policy. So lastly, this project must be revisited with transparency on costs and revised choices. I really like Gil's suggestion to go to the universities to have some new thought on what those choices may be, and so that we can reduce the noise and achieve Toronto's climate goals, not make them harder to attain. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Adam Roy Cahoon. Do we have Adam online? I don't see Adam with us. Is Adam online? He's online. Hi, Adam. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Am I unmuted?
Hi, Adam. I can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
I'm Adam Kuhn. I live in the West Don Lands. Right near the picture that my friend Ingrid wonderfully shared in her deputation near the corner of Mill and Cherry. I am greatly concerned about the pedestrian connection that this highway-oriented thing has already set up. As a person that uses a wheelchair, I cannot go over to the lovely neighborhood that I can easily see across the river at Broadview and Broadview and Queen, because my wheelchair cannot negotiate quick enough those curves for the off-ramp and on-ramp for the DVP. Already, the same. I cannot really go south on Parliament or Cherry or anywhere south to enjoy any of that space. Now, there's not much there now, but it still is problematic because we are not thinking for the future. We are just thinking about how we're using our car now. We're not thinking of the wonderful downtown we're building. We're not thinking about how most of us will want to have more pedestrian opportunities to walk as we age. Heart disease, diabetes, and all these issues are definitely caused by having this idea that the car is king. The car is not going to be king if we are going to be the next New York or whatever. Jane Jacobs, the wonderful lady, helped us make sure we didn't put another highway down through. It's easy as city councilors to wonderfully think, oh, we are going to use our cars and stuff because, yeah, those are the people that you think are really paying the taxes and stuff. But you're pushing people that might not necessarily want to use cars to using cars because you are not really thinking about being pedestrian forward. You are still thinking too much of the now. And so this is really what I'm imploring you to really work on pedestrian issues. If you are deciding to not really bring the Gardiner down, then can you please come up with a new plan as a pedestrian for me to get down across the Lakeshore DVP high speed? We're gonna enjoy going at high speed. There is no connection. At least further downtown, with some of the changes to the Lakeshore, you've actually made it so pedestrians can enjoy going downtown. But that's more just because of the tourists. And of course, the bridges and stuff for the Ontario line, hopefully are going to create a walkway, so I'll be able to enjoy my neighborhood east. But what pedestrian plan are you going to set up if you're not going to bring the highway down? What pedestrian plan are you really setting up to help individuals actually get across there?
10 seconds, Adam.
Instead of having a big barrier for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us, Adam. Our next deputant is Sharon Bider. Sharon's not here? Okay. Our next speaker is Jay Scott. Do we have Jay in the room or online? Yeah, sorry, your name?
Jay Scott.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity to speak today on the Gardiner. I'm a resident of Ward 5 and a member of Climate Fast and Stop Plastics. I'm here as a taxpayer and a property owner who contributes directly to the city's budget to request a comprehensive report on the future construction costs and income losses associated with the proposed Gardiner East rebuild. That report would include a comparison with alternatives that include a connection at grade as has been recommended by staff and other experts. In the midst of a climate emergency and mounting human need experienced by members of our community, we're being asked to accept the expenditure of at least $500 million in a colossal rebuild of the Gardiner East, despite commitments to deal with the climate crisis. Notably, the current plan dismisses options that would provide much-needed transportation solutions that would reduce emissions for much less cost. It's been over 7 years since the Gardiner East rebuild passed by only 2 votes. That's a lifetime ago, and since then, priorities of what we need for our city have changed. The climate crisis is smacking us in the face all across the planet, and in recognition of this, our city declared a climate emergency. But since then, we've seen little evidence that we've acted on this looming catastrophe and are delivering on our net zero by 2040 commitment. With the proposed rebuild, we will ensure our failure to come even close. We now need a massive response to the climate crisis. This would include a significant drop in private vehicle use in favor of active and public transportation. Instead of supporting the latter, we're now down 9% in TTC service levels, which will result in more car use. In 2015, staff recommended an option that the Gardiner come down to grade level. This option would free up funds for public transit and provide some 5 acres for desperately needed housing and green space, all of which would be consistent with our net zero vision. On a beautiful sunny day last week, I was at Bloor Street and Avenue Road and began to walk west to enter the subway, since there's no access at Bay for people who use mobility aids because Toronto has no money to improve transit for all. It was a nice day, so I continued to walk past Christie and Ossington stations, which also don't offer such access. On every block, I met people living on the street, still cold, still hungry, and still without shelter. To toss more money after a questionable construction project that benefits vehicles when so many need shelter, food, and security seems neglectful and even indefensible. In yesterday's edition of CBC's Cross Country Checkup, experts, members of the public, and even a former police chief identified the need for housing as a way to reduce criminality in our cities. When people have little options in order to survive, some may turn to crime and/or drug use in order to cope. Resorting to expanded intervention by more police as a way to deal with mental health episodes and criminal activities hasn't proved to be successful, can have tragic outcomes as we've seen recently, and falls far short of the solutions needed for social cohesion. It seems a gross injustice that our representatives are prepared to throw away more than $500 million to enable a car culture and line the pockets of wealthy construction companies with a project that doesn't address the climate emergency, real transportation needs, or provide remedies that would address abject poverty as well as safer streets. It seems that the city has not yet signed contracts for this wasteful rebuild. Good. We haven't yet emptied the entire bank account. This is Council's chance to review other proposals for the Gardiner, which must include funding to provide vastly improved transit and social infrastructure. Why doggedly pursue a wasteful expenditure that's double what has been spent to date, just because a whole bunch of money once got thrown at a past due project that should be shelved, when you can save and repurpose taxpayers' investment with a more relevant and comprehensive plan of action? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions, Deputy? Okay, seeing none, thank you for coming in. Our next speaker is Jess Speaker. Do we have Jess online? No? Okay, our next speaker is Liz Addison. I believe Liz is online.
I am.
Hi, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Liz Addison, and I'm speaking today as a resident of Ward 11 and as a city taxpayer. I'm here to urge the Infrastructure and Environment Committee to reconsider its commitment to completing the ill-advised Hybrid 3 plan for the eastern portion of the Gardiner Expressway. I recognize, as others have said, that much of the work has already been finished, but that's no reason to not give further consideration to a better, less expensive, at-grade approach to the connection between the Gardiner and the Don Valley Expressway. Elevated expressways and their sprawling on and off ramps are a relic of the past, which I thought we as a modern city had grown out of. We now have a fleeting opportunity to rethink the plan for the portion between Cherry Street and the Don Valley in order to create a more livable stretch of urban fabric and potentially save a lot of money in the process. Well, I'm deeply troubled by the thought of squandering public money at a time when there are so many more urgent needs within the city, and you've heard plenty of that this morning. I'm even more troubled by the thought that a knowingly inferior plan will be completed for no other purpose than that it has already been partially begun. Many years ago, the city decided to change course on the Spadina Expressway, which would have destroyed the neighborhood in which I now live, as well as many other Toronto neighborhoods. I'm sure that at the time, many councillors pushed for its completion on the grounds that so much of it had already been finished and so much had already been spent that they felt it made no sense to stop. I, for one, am very glad they did decide to pause and take another hard look at that disastrous plan. I'm respectfully suggesting that the Infrastructure and Environment Committee do the same thing with regard to the remaining portion of the Eastern Gardiner Expressway. I support the Gardiner East Transparency's request for a comprehensive support before further contracts are signed. This report should compare all costs and benefits of the project as presently planned and a simpler alternative with an at-grade connection between the Gardiner and the DVP. Thank you very much for considering my request.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Matlow.
Thank you for your deputation. Liz, are you familiar with a term called the sunk cost fallacy? Do you know what that means?
I can guess what it means. I'm not familiar with it, but yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's one of many, many fallacies that people use to justify inappropriate decisions.
Yeah, the idea is that to your point, that one justifies the fact that they've put some money into a mistake, that they should just continue down that same road and continue with that mistake rather than take a better choice. So is that what I heard from you correctly throughout your deputation, that you know, even if some money has been spent, and it's arguable exactly how much, that it would still be a travesty to move ahead with building this section of the expressway?
That's exactly what you heard. Absolutely. It makes no sense. I mean, it's you know, it's the usual throwing good money after bad. You know, you've made a mistake, you've gone the wrong route, just change it, stop it. And now we have a very sort of short opportunity to change course and to rethink and to build a better city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions to the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Rebecca Ruth Allen. Do we have Rebecca in the room? Hi, Rebecca, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Ruth Allen, and I'm here as a private citizen. I would also like to share my concern about the cost of rebuilding the Gardiner Expressway. With a city budget shortfall of $1.4 billion and an estimated cost of $2 billion to rehabilitate one road, the Gardiner, it's time to reconsider alternatives and use taxpayer funds for greater purposes. I live at Woodbine and Queen, right where the Gardiner
is a big deal. And I've lived and raised my family in the East End of Toronto, and the Gardiner has been a fixture and a frequently used roadway on our way out of town or to the West End of city where my adult children live now. Though it affects me, I still say, let it go. I remember the discussions of my friends and neighbors when the first segment of the Gardiner was removed in 1999. Turns out it was a 3-minute addition to our drive, and now in its place is a great walkway, a bicycle path, crowded with users in the summer, and in fact all year long in good weather. A much better use of transportation funds would be investment in public transportation. What's more troubling to me than the loss of a driving choice or route is the deterioration of service on the TTC. It has become undependable and overcrowded and is now facing planned cuts to service. Recently, I had a medical test at Mount Sinai scheduled for 10 p.m. Once upon a time, it would be a no-brainer for me to take the TTC, but I couldn't face waiting in the cold and the dark for a streetcar that might and probably would require a long wait. I had and have alternatives, unlike many Torontonians who have no choice but to endure poor service on a daily basis. I'm thinking of those, for one example, of people who ride the Dufferin bus, particularly during the rush hour. And I think for decision makers, it would be a good reality check to try it and take your children. Though I'll be 70 on my next birthday, biking remains for me an alternative transportation choice. There are no parking issues when you get downtown. And while biking infrastructure has grown and improved in the city, much needs to be done. The CBC show What on Earth recently aired a program that highlighted Oulu, Finland, population 210,000, as a model biking city. Situated on the 65th line of latitude with winter temperatures of -20 degrees, 77% of their population bikes sometimes, and 42% continue to cycle in the winter. This is made possible by 950 kilometers of separated bike lanes, which is more than Montreal has, with regular and timely clearance of snow. I would like to think that we could become more like them. In addition, with cement and salt and freezing, the Gardiner will be an albatross for Toronto, needing ever more infusions of cash for repairs. In truth, it already is, since the Mike Harris government deigned to make maintenance for it the responsibility of Toronto taxpayers. Raised expressways that divide cities were a post-war idea, and not such a good one. We can do better today. Let us say goodbye to noise, pollution, and eyesore of the Gardiner, and use taxpayer dollars to fund transportation so that everyone can all travel more safely with less airborne particulates and in a timely way. It's time for the Gardiner to go, and quite frankly, from our end of town, it won't be missed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us today. Our next deputant is Jeffrey Levitt. Do we have Jeffrey in the room or online? There he is. Hi.
Yes.
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today to urge the Infrastructure and Environment Committee to formally reconsider the Gardiner rebuild decision for the eastern elevated portion of the Gardiner Expressway. And I'd like to briefly speak to the issue of the propriety of reviewing decisions of previous councils. And I want to address this issue because it has been said frequently of reviewing the Gardiner rebuild decision that we cannot keep having the same conversations about decisions that have been made 7 years ago especially given that the city has already incurred expenses in relation to the project. I would respectfully submit that it is completely proper to reconsider past decisions when it appears that, due to changed circumstances, such decisions no longer accord with the city's current public policy priorities and financial capacity. And by way of background, and has been mentioned by several of the deputants, it's worth noting that Council's original decision 7 years ago to rebuild the eastern elevated portion of the Gardiner passed by a slender majority of Council and was contrary to city staff advice. Clearly, the decision to rebuild was not overwhelmingly endorsed by City Council at that time. And here is the major point which I would like to make, and if there's only one thing that you remember from my presentation today, I hope it is this. And that's that we remind ourselves that it is a fundamental principle of Westminster democracies, such as Canada, that one government cannot bind the capacity of a future government to legislate as the future government sees fit in the public interest at that time and with the mandate it has received from voters. And this principle has been illustrated countless times in Ontario and the city. And a few examples are as follows. Firstly, probably most famously, and as been mentioned by other deputants, Premier Davis's decision in 1971 to reconsider and cancel the Spadina Expressway, despite the expressway having been partially constructed. And I would doubt there's a single person in this room or in the city of Toronto that doubts that it was right to rethink and terminate this project. Another example was City Council's decision in 2012 to build a light rail transit line on Shepherd Avenue East, scuttling Mayor Ford's promise of a subway to Scarborough. And most recently, City Council's decision in 2019 to adopt 4 transit projects designed by the provincial government in place of the city's previous transit projects. And this included replacement of the downtown relief line with the Ontario line, despite years of work and significant expenditures on the city's previous plan. Since Council's decision 7 years ago to adopt the hybrid option for the Eastern Gardiner, there has been a fundamental change in the city's financial circumstances. As we all know, just a huge financial budget shortfall. There have also been fundamental changes in the city's public policy priorities, and just to name a few, homelessness and affordable housing initiatives, as well as encouraging active transportation, public transit, and replacing car dependency to fight climate change and public health. And we have heard eloquently from a previous deputant, Lynn Adamson, the descriptions of the climate change priorities that the city now is undertaking. Given these fundamental changes, I would argue that it would be irresponsible for Council not to reevaluate the Eastern Gardiner rebuild decision. A reevaluation would allow for a full airing of the present and projected costs of the current plan for the Eastern Gardiner rebuild, and an assessment of whether this plan accords with the city's current financial capacity and public policy priorities. And I would like to close by thanking you for the opportunity to address the Infrastructure and Environment Committee.
Thank you for your deputation. Other questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Lee Adamson. Do we have Lee online? Hi, Lee. Thank you for joining us. Hi, you have 5 minutes.
All right. Yes, I'm thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm a resident of Davenport for more than 30 years, and I have a car, a bike, and a Presto card. And I have submitted a letter which really reiterates everything that everyone has so eloquently said today. So I won't take your time to repeat that. It is in my letter, but I did want to take this opportunity to give my sincere hope that the committee decides to take a very careful reevaluation of where we're at today and to think really carefully about where we want to go in the future. This is such a huge expense. It's going to prevent us from doing a lot of the Vision Zero and other transportation needs of the city that are completely underfunded at this point in time. So I'm really wanted to urge the councillors to fight the urge just to get on with it and finish it and not deal with the complications caused by making a change in mid-plan, but really to realize that for the good of the future, our climate, our transit, our residents, that this is warranted. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our final deputant on this item is Albert Cool. Do we have Albert? Hi, Albert. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, yep. Thank you very much. My name is Albert Cole. I am an organizer of the Gardiner East Transparency, or GET as we call ourselves. What we do want to get is the facts. And with an expenditure of this size, really a frightening size, it's really in the interest of everyone, whether you're a proponent or opponent of this project, to get these facts. So what we know about the Gardiner East project is that a huge chunk of the money hasn't been spent. A large number of contracts have not been signed, designs have not been approved. Secondly, we know the biggest part of the project is really the building, and I wanted to show you this picture because on paper you kind of miss it, is the rebuilding of these colossal ramps that you see in the background. And the third thing that I actually learned today is that these colossal new ramps will run over the public realm improvements. So what we want to get is updated go-forward construction costs, and we are focused on the section between Cherry and the Don River. We want to know what the foregone revenues are if you freed up that 5.4 acres of land over which these ramps run. We want to know what the feasible design options are in order to eliminate these ramps and have a boulevard option. In other words, obviate the need for these colossal ramps to connect the Gardiner to the DVP. So 3 quick points. Number one, priorities have changed. We've heard that. Probably a lot of you are more worried today, as you should be, about the person camped out under the Gardiner than driving over the Gardiner. Second point is, when this decision was made, the priority was really on transportation, moving traffic, as opposed to the alternative, which was about environment, economy, urban design. So as an example of, so it doesn't really matter how fast you're moving people from the Don Valley Parkway onto the Gardiner. What matters is how fast you're able to disperse them onto roads that are not being widened. And there's a great presentation by a professor at Toronto Metropolitan University showing that the question isn't how fast you're moving them onto a highway, is how fast you're able to move them to their destinations. So as an example, when I took the bus, when it used to be the GO bus from behind the Union Station, it took about 10 minutes or more just to get from that bus station onto the Gardiner. So we want to get people onto transit. As another example, when my wife and I come back by GO train from Hamilton, it's a beautiful new station, and in a coach of 200 people, my wife and I are often the only people. Unlike 2015, you now have new shovel-in-the-ground transit projects that will be looking for customers. Ontario Line, Scarborough Subway, there's improved GO transit service. You may have a waterfront LRT. You've got the Crosstown, the Eglinton. They'll all be looking for customers. Please don't take them away by rebuilding these colossal ramps. So what we're talking about here in terms of, and the magnitude of the money involved is really incomprehensible. So I tried to put it into a way that we can all understand it. So let's say if you do a $100,000 retrofit project of your home, and someone says to you, a government official, well, for 10 bucks, I'm going to review that for you. 10 bucks. Would you take that offer, $10 to review, look at your, what you've spent, what you're yet to spend, new options for retrofits? I actually bought it for 10 bucks. There it is, at $10. So I didn't bring $1 billion, but $1 billion, if you had $1 billion, what would be the equivalent of the $10? Okay, it's 100,000. So what we're asking for is a simple investment of money in a report, an updated report about the things we've mentioned, including new engineering design for these colossal ramps. So point 3. So the section between Jarvis and Cherry, that's what we're talking about in terms of having been done, that's on the old guard. Carigianis, Ford, Kelly, Mamaliti, Grimes, DiGiorgio, right? We didn't get into council because we wanted to preserve their legacy. But given that most of the money here is yet to be contracted for Cherry to the Don Valley Parkway, the decisions here, design, the money, you've got to find the money, and also the contracts, that's on you. You have responsibility, and as Spider-Man would say, if you've got great powers, in this case, great responsibility, you also have a great opportunity for action. So we won't have to remind you in 2026, when these colossal ramps are being rebuilt, that this decision is on you, because the climate crisis will be that much worse by then. And so what we're saying to you is do what's prudent financially, give us a go-forward report, and spend the $10 because it's a worthwhile investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to Deputy? Councillor Matlow?
Thank you, Albert. So am I hearing you correctly that regardless of your position on what to do with the Gardiner, you're pleading with this committee to support simply asking for a comprehensive report to understand the facts, to make informed decisions before more contracts are signed and more money goes out the door? In other words, not ignore facts with such an enormous line item in the capital budget.
Yeah, it's an incomprehensible amount of money that's involved here. And so all we're saying is do your due diligence. Put a report together. Look at what are the go-forward costs. What are the contracts you haven't signed? What are the feasible design options so we can get rid of these colossal ramps and not be running them over a public realm improvement? Let's look at all of those numbers before we sign other contracts. And remember, this project isn't until 2026. We've got time, but before you sign more contracts, give us the numbers. Let's get the facts. Let's make a decision whether you're oppose it or are a proponent that makes sense and that allow you to sleep in comfort once you've done this decision.
The memo that came to council was admittedly kind of done up in a couple of days. And it came from transportation, but it didn't include opinions from city planning, from parks, Waterfront Toronto, Creatio, and many other relevant agencies and divisions. Do you believe that it would be responsible and informative for council to have their opinions and their advice on a project that has an effect on all of their various purviews?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. If you think of the amount of time we spent debating the young bike lanes and how many reports went into that.
I remember that.
That's completely disproportionate to the amount of time we're spending on this colossal infrastructure and this huge decision. It's going to affect us for not only this generation, but the next.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Good morning. I'm just interested because I'm going to ask staff in the scenario, do you have any sense of how the vehicles would come off the Don Valley Parkway onto the lakeshore without the elevated connection, or how they would cross the river?
Well, first of all, we have to remember the Boulevard option contemplated a ground level, a connection between the DVP and Lakeshore Boulevard East and Gardiner. So I'm not an engineer. What we are saying is...
Sorry, I just want to ask you where that was.
Where what was?
Where that connection was.
The connection was at the level of where the DVP meets the Lakeshore Boulevard East.
The DVP, so at Don Roadway then?
Yes.
Is that what you're thinking? Okay, so I will ask about that one. So that's the kind of review that you're looking for?
No. I'm not an engineer, don't pretend to be an engineer. What we're looking for is feasible design alternatives that allow us to get rid of these colossal ramps that will be running over the public realm improvements and to make those connections at surface level and that free up that extra 5.4 acres of land. So I'm not going to delve into the actual design
No, I'm
options.
just interested in that connection because that was the original environmental assessment.
Well, that's right.
And
That was the option looked at this time. Yeah. Yeah.
That was the option, the original environmental assessment.
That's right, under the boulevard, the removed boulevard.
And was there a change in subsequently to that environmental assessment that you're aware of for that meeting of the Lakeshore Boulevard?
Well, ultimately, that option wasn't pursued because of the hybrid that was chosen among the 3 hybrid options.
I think there may be something in between there, which I'll confirm. I'll confirm that with staff. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your deputation. So now move to questions of staff. Outside councilors are first. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, based on the memo that you developed for Deputy Mayor McKelvey, there have been some who have been amplifying the idea that you have stated unequivocally that there would not be any cost savings if we were to explore the Boulevard option. Have you said that you know that there are no cost savings or that you don't know if there would be?
Through the chair, we have said that we assume there would not be, but we would have to look at it in more detail to understand definitively what the costs would be.
Okay, so I would infer that that supports a report and some more exploration, but that's my own editorial. When it comes to the 148 million in contracts committed to the portion between Cherry and the Don roadway, so the preliminary engineering hasn't even been completed yet. That number includes in-market and near-to-market contracts. So what's the breakdown? Like what's actually been committed now?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. The amount that's actually been committed to date is around, 115 million of that is firmly locked in. That's made up of 105 to 110 million for the remaining works that are being completed by Waterfront Toronto at the moment. So we have a purchase order which we've issued to Waterfront Toronto to complete that work. There's about another 10 million which is for finishing the preliminary design and some of the interim repair work that we're doing. So that's 120. So then there's about $28 million which will be some sort of internal management costs, etc., and then getting an engineering consultant on board to then progress the detailed design.
Okay, so that's helpful. So then
we haven't actually signed the contracts for that yet.
So that's important to clarify. And so the 650 million that's remaining to be spent from Cherry to Logan, is that in 2013 dollars or has that been upgraded for inflation? Because it seems like the same envelope is being discussed, so I don't understand how that works.
So through the chair, the $650 million is the amount remaining in the Gardiner budget. The Gardiner budget was put together in 2016 based on 2013 cost estimates, early stage cost estimates as well. So even in all of the reports at that time flagged that those costs would need to be revisited as we move forward through both the preliminary.
So it hasn't considered inflation. What about life cycle costs? Was that included in your memo?
Through the chair, sorry, excuse me, you mean in the memo or in the budget?
In the budget.
No, life cycle costs were not included in the overall.
So we don't have inflation, we don't have life cycle costs. What about the Collier's report about the 5.4 acres of new land that could bring in nearly $500 million of revenue into a budget now that has a $1.5 billion shortfall and create 8,000 new homes for 15,000 new residents? Is that report still relevant today?
Through the chair, the analysis that was done at the time of the EA would need to be updated substantially.
Okay, so it's still in play. Are we in the midst of a housing crisis?
I think the silence is saying that we don't have chief planner here available to answer that.
So, but nobody can answer that? Okay, what about, are we in the midst of a climate crisis?
Through the chair, yes, we are.
But nobody can answer if we are facing a housing crisis. Is our city committed to using city lands to be able to both bring in revenue, but just, if not more importantly, to contribute to providing new homes for people who want to be able to afford to live in the city?
Through the chair, the executive committee tomorrow will consider the housing action plan, which does get at the types of tools that you are speaking of.
So we need to consider that at committee tomorrow? We don't.
You have 4 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Bravo.
Thank you, Chair. Some of my questions have been explored already by Councillor Matlow, but I just want to confirm that to understand how much housing could be added if there was, if we reverted to the original EA proposal for a boulevard option, to understand how much housing would be built, we would need to do further study, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. The land is publicly owned by the City of Toronto largely, substantially. So we can imagine that there will be a strong interest in using land to leverage those affordable rental homes. And people are now talking about up to 30%.
Right, and that would be the same if we were looking at a potential property tax revenue that the city forgoes by not building housing, correct? We would have to study that further. Okay, thank you. I just want to go back to future savings. I understand that it's much more expensive to maintain the elevated option as opposed to maintain a boulevard. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Yeah, and so do you have the figures, or has there been any costing about what future savings might be achieved in terms of capital investments that the city would have to make comparing one option and the other?
Through the chair, the work was done originally as part of the original EA, and the original report which came to council in 2015 and 2016 included those life cycle cost comparisons.
Right, so but we would update them because of the current costs, correct? If we were to study that again. Yeah.
Through the chair, if we were restudying it, then yes, those costs would be updated.
Yeah, and obviously I wasn't around when these decisions were made, so I do have further questions around the funding that has been spent or the sunk costs. Of the 45% of the total 1.2 billion, would any of those costs have been useful? Is any of the work that's already been done, would it be at all useful if there was a sort of new hybrid in which we reverted in this last piece to a boulevard option? Or is it are you accounting in any way for purposeful, useful costs in the 45%? Or is it just sort of, it's been spent, therefore it would be wasted?
So through the chair, I think if we were to examine any alternative options to the currently approved option for the Gardiner, then one of the starting points, unless council directed otherwise, would be to try and minimise any impact on the works that have been completed to date for the Gardiner.
Right, great, thank you so much. So there's a potential that some of that 45% could actually be useful if we went to a new approach that reflected the housing, climate, and funding realities the city's facing. Thank you. And then I guess has there been any costing or any thinking through of what the savings could be, or what the cost prospects would be if we did move to a boulevard option for the remaining piece? That would have to be studied further, I assume.
So through the chair, that would need to be studied further.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Did you recognize that most of the staff weren't here during all of this? So it's not your project, it's one that you inherited. But in the original environmental assessment, the maintenance costs over a 100-year life cycle were included, and I'm wondering why those weren't included in the updated EA, or are they the same as the original EA?
Through the chair, there is only one EA. It's the original approved EA, and that's what we're in the process of implementing.
Okay, so the maintenance costs that were in the environmental assessment still stand for remove, for?
Through the chair, we haven't revisited those costs. We're implementing the EA that was approved.
So that's what council approved. So as far as council's concerned, those are the numbers that we have in front of us for maintenance, not capital costs, because
Through
right
the
now
chair,
we're
that's correct,
talking about
Councillor.
capital costs. So they're quite significant with the maintain. And then I had just a question, because I asked Mr. Cole about, in the original EA, all of the vehicles were coming off the Don Valley Parkway, down Don Roadway, onto the lakeshore at a traffic light, and I'm wondering if that was revisited somewhere, or if that is, if we were to go back, if that's something that would even be in the realm of possibility, given the studies that were taken.
Through the chair, I'll start, and then, if need be, my colleague David Stonehouse can add. But the original EA did not include a remove option. The Boulevard option did not come down the Don Valley roadway to at-grade at Lakeshore. The Boulevard option had still had a sweep connection, an elevated sweep connection from the DVP to Lakeshore Boulevard.
Thank you.
And came down at grade and then went back up.
So there does seem to be a notion that it went down, so it came across on a sweep, you call it, onto Lakeshore, and then went back up the ramps later. So there was still, I'll call it a bridge, whatever that we want to call it.
That's correct.
And the other question I just have is around pedestrian safety on the boulevard. I do notice that Lakeshore, and I mean, I have had the Gardiner down for a long time. It's not the friendliest crossing for pedestrians. How would you guarantee under any of these models to have a friendlier pedestrian crossing? I think it's 8 lanes, maybe more, which always concerns me on a major arterial. Yeah.
Through the chair, I mean, in my experience, pedestrian safety is challenging across an 8-lane option at grade. You can certainly do certain things to make that crossing a little bit more palatable, but generally speaking, you make it safer by not having it be as far to cross. And so depending on the design speeds of the roadway, it would be challenging to do things like you might do on a lower order road, like bump outs and things like that, that would provide some shorter crossing distances. So 8 lanes is a challenging cross section to address pedestrians effectively.
Thank you. And just on the costs, it was very helpful, this section, and then when you went over the numbers, I appreciate that because I have them here. 340 million that's been spent on the rehab of that section between Jarvis and Cherry. So if that, I'm just interested in some numbers, which I'm sure you've looked at. Deconstructing that, it was $63 million to take down the ramps for Logan. Is there a cost estimate for removing that section of the Gardiner that you've had before or now? And then what's the cost estimate for, well, the ramps are going to be the same because they'd just be moved further west, but there would be a boulevard cost to create the boulevard. So those are some of the numbers I'm looking for, if you have them.
Through the chair, so we haven't looked at the cost of removing this contract 1, so the section that had already been constructed. The 63 million that you referred to, just to be very clear, that's not the total cost of the Logan ramp demolition. That is the amount that we have, that was invoiced and that we've paid to Waterfront Toronto up to the end of December last year. So, it's
So that we don't know what that was. That's 0.7 of a kilometer that was removed. And what's the stretch there kilometer-wise between Cherry and Jarvis? Is it 1.1 or 1.2?
It was 1.1.
1.1. So I thought the whole section was 2.3 of the Gardiner EA. How many kilometers were in the Gardiner EA?
2.4. I think it was 1.2 kilometres actually, Councillor.
1.2, and then the other section is 0.7, so we're still not at 2.4. 4. Could you hold my time while they figure out the number of kilometers, please? Yeah, well, we have to wait.
While they're doing that, can we move Councillor Peruzza's walk-on item? So I'll move it. All those in favor? Just to display it, so then you can read it later. Okay.
Only if he turns his phone off.
Yeah. Okay, so that one can be now displayed.
There's a quorum here. He's out of the room. You got quorum, Madam Chair?
Sorry, through the chair. Apologies, councillor. So the numbers are never going to quite add up because the Logan ramps have been removed.
Okay.
So when you rebuild, it's not the same. It's not the same distance.
No, I'm just asking for the same amount. Sorry, Chair. The original kilometers of the Gardiner EA, 2.4, 2.1?
2.4 kilometres was
2.4 kilometers, and the actual number of kilometers from the Logan ramps that have been removed so far?
Through the chair, that's 0.75.
0.75.
0.75 kilometres.
And so the rest of it is going to be, I'm just talking about the zone. That's 1.1. How many kilometers in there? It's helpful to just understand distances here. That's 1.1 between, section 1 is 1.1 kilometers. Section 5 is 1 kilometer. And then the other should be, okay, 0.3 kilometers. But others have come down. Yes, it's very confusing, I agree. I agree with staff.
Thank you. Are there additional, that's outside councillors, and maybe they have that while we're going on to the other questions. Additional questions? Councillor Morley, and actually, before we do that, can I move, if it's the Will Committee, to just complete this item and then go to lunch?
Before you do that,
Yeah.
can I introduce that motion just
We
in
already
case I
did,
don't get
while
a
you're on the
chance to
phone.
come back? Oh, okay.
It's displayed, but then we have to vote on it after. People can read it now.
Can we vote on it? It's really simple.
They need to read
It's
it.
utility cuts, putting a sign, when Bell Telephone, what does
They need to
does
read
the
it.
project?
They need to
Put a
read it.
sign.
Okay. So motion to extend and complete the item, you have to go? Okay.
No, it's not, but
Yeah. Okay, great. So then we go to Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just through you to staff, we heard a little bit, and my colleague, Councillor Fletcher, I caught the tail end. Apologies, I had to step out for a moment. But just with respect to the sustainability of this particular option, we've heard a lot of with respect to the costs associated, and that's one part of the conversation. But I'll just note, I was a staffer at the time that this was being debated, and I remember being incredibly frustrated by the decision that was made by council. And one of the biggest reasons was because not only was it the most expensive option, it was one of the most limiting options in terms of, future city building, but it also was one that would need to be revisited and will cost a huge amount for future generations. And so could you just talk to us a little bit about the future costs related to keeping the Gardiner up as has been decided?
So through the chair, the future costs were analysed as part of the original report, which was considered by City Council. There were some 100-year life cycle costs that were included as an integral part of that. So originally, when Council considered the hybrid versus the remove option, the difference in 100-year life cycle costs was just over $450 million. So the hybrid cost of just over $450 million more over 100 years to maintain.
Thank you. I think it's an important thing to get back on the record as we talk about making good choices and considering that this is not just a choice for now, but a choice for our future. And when we consider, as we heard from some of the activists, elders, and organizers before us today, it's incumbent on us in the current state of emergency that we have with our climate, with housing, and more, that we're really giving this a lot of deep thought, and that 450 million future consideration or cost to the next generation is a concern for me. Thanks.
Okay, additional questions of staff? Councillor Sachs, do you have questions? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Gray, rebuilding the Gardiner East will consume most of the city's road budget for the rest of the decade, correct?
No, the SOGR dollars to complete the Gardiner Strategic Rehabilitation Program were added to the transportation services budget, not redirected from within existing state of good repair dollars.
Okay, but we don't have enough state of good repair dollars to keep our other roads in good repair, correct?
We do not.
Okay. And we are expecting a considerable decline in the state of good repair of both arterial and local roads across the city in the next decade, correct?
They are declining. Many roads are reaching the end of their design life and need to be resurfaced or reconstructed. And we have dedicated SOGR budget to address this, but the needs are greater than any level of investment we can make in the capacity to deliver the work in any given year.
Now, on top of the cost of construction, elevated expressways cost a lot more to maintain than ground level roads, correct?
Yes. Life cycle costs to maintain bridge structures are typically more than at grade.
All right, well, not just bridge, but the ramp we're talking about here, it would cost less to maintain if it was at ground level than it will when it's elevated, correct?
Elevated structures cost more to maintain over time, yes.
And at least 40% of the drivers and vehicles that use this expressway don't pay taxes to the City of Toronto, correct?
I don't know where they pay their taxes, but according to the Gardiner East EA analysis done in 2014, 40% of those traveling on the Gardiner had origins outside of the City of Toronto.
And a very large number of the people who do pay taxes to the city don't even have a car, correct?
I'm not sure the numbers citywide, but I do know that about 50% of the people who live downtown don't have a car.
Now, rebuilding the Gardiner East as an elevated expressway encourages people to travel by car, correct?
It's certainly one of the considerations because it's fast and reliable.
All right, and you're expecting this new elevated expressway to stand and keep encouraging cars for 100 years or so, is that right?
It does have, the new design has a 100-year design life, yes.
And during that time, we expect the damage caused by burning fossil fuels to accelerate dramatically, correct?
Transportation is a significant contributor to GHGs from fossil fuels. Alternatives like EVs will provide an alternative to fossil fuels for driving and their impacts.
Now, are you scheduled to sign any more material contracts relating to this piece, Cherry to the Don Valley Parkway, this year?
No, not for the Gardiner East.
If we don't build the Cherry to Don Valley as an elevated section, but if we bring it back down to ground level, will that, as far as you can tell, and the evidence you have now, free up any significant amount of either money or land for other public purposes?
Just to go back, Councillor, on the previous question, we are likely to sign a contract by the end of the year, but not for the Gardiner East section.
Okay, well, I'm asking specifically about Cherry to Don Valley Parkway.
So you're asking about the freeing
so
up
let's
of
just be clear. No new contracts this year on Cherry to Don Valley Parkway, right?
That is, yes, that's correct.
Through the chair, there is one contract. It's the detailed design engineering contract, which, as I said in response to Councillor Matlow's questions, is currently, is under development, and we would expect to get that contract out to the market before the end of the year. So that would cover the detailed design, but then also the contract administration through the whole process for the Gardiner East.
So it wouldn't be issued, but it would be out to market, so we'd have to commit the funds.
All right, and will you be putting it out to market before the new mayor is in place?
No.
All right. So back to, if this last section is 1 kilometer from Cherry to Don Valley, if instead of building it as an elevated expressway, you build it at ground level, would that free up any substantial amount of either money or public land for other purposes?
So, no is the answer I'm going to start with. about the developable land. So the remove option was expected to generate 12.9 acres of public development land. Hybrid 3 is expected to generate 7.5 acres
Ms.
of
Gray,
public
can I
development
invite you to
land.
stop there because I have another question?
Okay.
All right. So given everything we've heard from,
We're just counting the
I
part
know,
on
but
the
I'm
north
counting
side.
timing.
The 6 acres on the north side of the lakeshore.
given the climate emergency, everything we've heard today, everything we've learned since 2016, everything we owe to our kids, everything we learned from stopping the Gardiner Expressway, do you believe there's any feasible physical alternative for this 1 kilometer, Cherry to the Don Valley, that would be better for climate and free up public money for other things?
I think that given where we are in the process that we're in right now and the scenarios that we have around the important climate actions that we're taking, the importance of creating affordable housing and more developable land, I think that all those things were taken into consideration. It's a very complex problem, but I do think that where we are right now, the hybrid 3 option that we're moving forward on actually has considered many of the concerns that people have brought to the table today. And I also think that in terms of developable land and public realm and all of those other components, as we get further along in the development of some other critical city building assets in areas like the Keating Channel and East Harbor and the waterfront, we are putting forward the new policy objectives that we have around building affordable housing. So I would argue that yes, Councillor Matlow, affordable housing is a critical and important role that we have to play here in the city, as well as enhancing and supporting public land and creating additional public transportation. So all of those things are being maximized in the projects that are just in design right now, and I think we have the ability, working within the hybrid 3, to maximize those opportunities. Long answer, sorry.
You wrapped it at exactly 12:30, so it is now break. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can we just approve that motion?
Well, it was if you didn't count the piece they built already.
If you what?
If you don't count the piece they built already.
Well, 12.
It's half done, right?
Yeah. What happened?
Mr. Vice Chair. We're on questions of staff. Are there additional questions of staff? Okay, I have a few questions. Start my timer. Okay, I just want to make sure process. So similar to any major infrastructure project, just like we talked about for Agincourt, the item before this, there is an environmental assessment followed by detailed design, followed by construction. Is that the regular process that we go through for infrastructure projects?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And through the 2015, 16, 17 EA or whatever year that was approved, I guess what year was it approved, and was transport of goods into the downtown core a consideration of that we do have a growing city and we need to feed it?
Through the chair, it was approved in November of 2017. And yes, the traffic considerations both through the DVP and the Gardiner, and then connecting from those arteries to the downtown were part of the consideration.
And that included transport of goods as well as people?
Absolutely, and we did a goods movement study and did additional consultation with industries in the downtown core.
Okay, and then through the work that came to us, firstly, there was an administrative inquiry, which was the origin of this. And then I asked for additional information. Now, when it said that you spent 2 days on this, is it fair to say you spent a lot of time on the Gardiner Express, on the Gardiner Expressway project?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, we did, and we also included other partners in addition to Transportation Services staff. So ECS and Waterfront Secretary were very involved in the development of that memo.
Okay. And any changes that we have from the environmental assessment that was improved, would that require another environmental assessment?
Likely, yes. We'd have to go back to the ministry and get guidance from them on how to address that.
And do we think it's likely that we would get minister approval?
We don't know, but certainly they have approved the existing EA.
They've approved the existing EA.
And we are implementing the existing EA.
So
Through the chair, I'll add that there are provisions in the EA that was approved for major amendments and minor amendments and process, and it all starts first with a conversation with the ministry.
Okay. But your memo has shown that there has been significant money that has been spent on this project to date, including costs that are non-recoverable. And what is that amount?
Through the chair, so the amount that has been spent and committed to date is around about $550 million.
$550 million. Okay, thank you. So with that, that was the last for questions. So we'll move to speakers. Outside councillors first. Councillor Matlow.
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm absolutely convinced that if Toronto stands out internationally as the only city in the world that is moving forward with rebuilding an elevated expressway along its waterfront, it would be a historic mistake. It would be a historic mistake because we now find ourselves with an enormous shortfall in our budget and an inability to pay for the basic services that residents rely on and infrastructure that has been eroding for years and may be deferred for many years to come. If you care about your own local road in any neighborhood in the city, that's going to crumble while this little section of an elevated expressway would be built. Never mind building new transit. But this also would, from an urban planning perspective, be just an atrocity. It's bad for our environment, for those who are serious about addressing the climate crisis. It's bad for those of us who want to see a new neighborhood built there. You know, we talk about using city property to build housing to address the housing crisis, but we would ignore using acres of lands that could, based on the Colliers report, see 8,000 new homes developed for 15,000 new residents who want to call Toronto home and can't afford to live here today. We could see new parks developed. We could build a community rather than a highway. Why wouldn't we want to do that? And coming back to the the sunk cost fallacy. Even if we've spent money on this mistake, why would we want to spend more money on a mistake? Isn't that a mistake in itself? But what residents are asking for today is something very simple. This committee has a memo that the deputy mayor asked for from staff that was whipped up in 2 days. It's incredible that they did that work, but it was done in 2 days. It doesn't have a lot of information based on inflation, based on life cycle costs, and it also has no information from city planning, from Waterfront Toronto, from Parks, CRATO, every other division and agency that should contribute to informing you about a decision that you'll be making when it comes to signing new contracts in the future, and that you are responsible for when it comes to spending the most expensive item on the capital budget, when so many of our other priorities, again, are being deferred or eroding, deteriorating, crumbling. Like, this section of the Gardiner is eating our budget. It's strangling this city. So what you're being asked today is not even to capitulate or to even acknowledge the mistakes of the past. You're being asked to ask for relevant information to make an informed decision. That's what you're being asked to today. So what I'm asking you to do, I'm hoping that you will do this, just show the courage to ask for that information. Show the courage to possibly accept that we were wrong. Show the courage to take a better path once you acknowledge that we've made a mistake. Or at the very least, show the courage to allow for the facts to come out so that they can be public and people can discuss them, and then we all together make a decision not based on the destination that we'd like to get to, but really the honest path to get there. I believe that this council has the potential to do things well. But I've also seen this council ignore sunk funds, sunk costs, when it's been convenient for this council to do so. A deputy gave a number of examples of that just an hour before. So if you want to keep spending money on building a section of an elevated expressway, that is your decision. But I believe it's the wrong decision. And I believe we can do better. And I believe that if we really want to do the right thing, we won't rest on what we think is convenient or easy, even politically. I know this is a hot potato, I get it. I've had people advising me not to say what I'm saying too. But I believe it's right, and I believe it's honest, and I believe it's responsible to say. And ultimately, we'll look back one day and I think we'll be really proud of doing the right thing if we choose to. Because at the end of the day, it's not about this place. It's about, what, are we going to leave this place better than we found it? And when I say this place, I mean our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional speakers outside councillors first? Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I want to thank staff for attempting to bring all this new information forward. There is an awful lot. I want to say this is the waterfront, and nothing is straightforward. Nothing is straightforward, particularly when we're dealing with the Portlands and the Gardiner. This was a decision taken a long time ago, and I just did some notes while we were talking. And council itself has changed, gone from 45 to 25, and of the original votes for the hybrid, 7 of those who voted for the hybrid are still on council, and those who voted against the hybrid, 7 are still on council. So we remain divided council, let's say, on the hybrid pieces. I would favor more information, but I have a hard time making that decision in the face of the money. The $340 million, I've not yet been able to understand the cost of removing that section, the 1.1 kilometers, that's worth $340 million. And then the cost to still build a ramp from the Gardiner from the Don Valley to the Gardiner, and then the cost to rebuild the lake shore. These are the types of costs we should be comparing, and then the cost to maintain all of it. And I am drawn to the point that we are not just maintaining, it's 1.1 kilometers we're talking about maintaining for quite a few $100 million. It's the entire length of the Gardiner that we're talking about maintaining. It is a cash cow for all of you who have wards along the Gardiner. It is a very expensive thing to have, and the 1.1 kilometer section is a very small fraction. I think it's 7 more that are elevated, and then another 11 or so that are at grade. So this is a very big road, and we're talking about a very small sliver. The cheapest thing to do, the way to save, so I'm not sure there's a lot of money savings there, Councillor Matlow, with the 340. The cost of maintaining over that period is $400 million, the cost of maintenance. So what happens if we hadn't spent $340 million? This is a no-brainer exercise if that hadn't been the first thing that was done. And I'll note, it was the first thing that was done, that section of the Gardiner. I could never understand why it was being rehabilitated when I was going under it. But it has been for a very expensive amount. Are there cost savings? I'd say the real cost saving is going back to hybrid number 1 or hybrid number 2. Hybrid number 3 is the most expensive. It's probably 150 million more, 194 million more than hybrid number 1. I've just, because it's in my ward or part of my ward, I know all the numbers. If we really want to say, look at savings, we have to add that in as well. If we're going to have a hybrid, which hybrid should it be? 1, 2, or 3 if we're going to go back and look at it? Should there be no hybrid? Should it be removed? And the costs of doing all that are still very unclear, which I would say is unfortunate. And I just want to say about the staff that are here, not one of them who are here now was here to develop this from the transportation side. David Stonehouse has all of the decks perfectly put together, unlike my messed up papers, and can show here's what the original was, here's what the hybrids were, here's the cost to maintain, here would be the cost to go back. I don't think we have that cost settled yet. So if this committee wants to say, let's find out what those costs really are and make that decision, I would support that. If this committee says we're too far down the road, can't do that because we've already spent $340 million. But I will note that a council a number of years ago, led by somebody else, said they didn't care how much had been spent on the Scarborough LRT, that we're going back to basics, we're going to take that money, we're going to go back, we're going to build a subway instead. So the sunk costs weren't that important. I do find that it's really a difficult conversation on the waterfront with big projects. There's been Sidewalk Labs, a really difficult project, which everybody said was fantastic, which it wasn't. There's been the Portland's Energy Center, which was forced onto our waterfront and sterilized a good number of acres, 14 acres sterilized forever on the waterfront. We didn't have the advantage of having that plant torn down and moved somewhere else. It sits on Toronto's waterfront. These are big waterfront projects, and I think if there's any lesson out of this, it's we have to have very clear oversight on big billions of dollar projects, particularly on our waterfront, because nobody lives there where we're talking about. There's no eyes on this street except for people that travel on that, and there's many ways of traveling. And I'll just say one last thing. I did ask Ms. Gray about the boulevard. It was called the Grand Boulevard, better for pedestrians. I just want to tell you and others that Lakeshore and Leslie, which is completely removed, that section of the Gardiner, is a terrible place for pedestrians. There are 8 lanes of traffic. You cannot cross at once. You're out in the middle of there. People don't want to walk across there. So how do we get people back and forth down to the new waterfront? That should be our question. How do we access the waterfront in a pedestrian and bike-friendly way? And I don't think we've answered that question in the EAA, quite frankly. Sorry, Waterfront Toronto, I don't think you did. Or have we done it in this exercise? And from listening to the deputants, that's actually what you're talking about. How do we create a waterfront for everybody that can get to it? without driving to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional outside speakers, Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, or Acting Mayor, I should say. So I think it is important for us to know that we're here because of council direction, and staff, as Councillor Fletcher said, have inherited a project that has still a lot of questions associated with it. As a new councillor, I think it's incumbent on me to say that I don't have the information that I think I need to fully understand not just how we got here, but what the options are for moving forward. I think it's crucial to remember and remind ourselves constantly about the changing environment that many have spoken to today. And by that I mean that the city's financial situation is a part of it, but also the climate emergency, the escalation of that climate emergency, the challenges of housing, more housing supply, but particularly affordable housing, which is absolutely crucial to leverage city lands for that purpose. So I feel that knowing more is better. I also think it's an important piece of public trust. You heard today deputation after deputation, and I looked at this, the communications that were sent from members of the public, and overwhelmingly people, organizations, civil society groups, residents groups, people that are experts in public health, who are concerned about active transportation, et cetera, have true, valuable, meaningful questions to ask of us. And it's only councillors and this committee who can direct to have those questions answered in a way that recognizes that, yes, a lot of work has been done. The question of sunk costs, I think, is always it's a very political question. As has been said before, when projects have been canceled unilaterally or out of the blue or against evidence, there are a lot of investments that have been wasted in relation to transit projects in the city. I think that we also don't understand in this situation how much of what has been invested would actually be possible to realign with a different option. And maybe it's not possible, but I do think we need the answer so that we can transparently communicate to members of the public. This is a huge question and an issue of concern in my own ward. So I would really urge for those answers to be searched for and for staff to be able to provide them, but it requires direction from councillors, and it can't be incumbent on staff to be prepared to answer questions about hypothetical situations, even though I did ask those questions, because they haven't been directed to look into them. So I really want to lift up the work that's been done, and thank you for the report that was brought today and for the answers that were given. I hope that this committee does, however, seek the answers that many of us have been asking. Thanks.
Additional speakers on this item? Okay. You want to speak? Okay. So I'll speak to this item and put my timer on. So we got here because of an administrative inquiry, and I think there was information that was provided through that, and city staff spent probably more than 2 days preparing that information. And I did ask for, on that basis, after reading that administrative inquiry, I asked for additional information, which was provided in a memorandum that I shared with Budget Committee, and then I've also appended to this item. And then today, we heard a presentation, which I think they put even more time into, to outline the story of how we got here today and where the project is at. And what we heard is that there was an environmental assessment, and it considered a wide range of factors, including transportation of people as well as goods into our growing city, which is important to fuel the city that we have food that's grown elsewhere, for example, brought in, amongst other things. Following an environmental assessment and completion of that approval by the minister, there was detailed design, and some of the has completed detailed design and gone on to construction. And that construction has spent more than $340 million on the hybrid option. So again, that easternmost section, because don't forget, the Gardiner goes from the 427 to the Don Valley Parkway. It's a very long stretch of highway. I think it's 17 kilometers. And really, it's the easternmost portion, which is the one that we're really talking about here today at depth. And following detailed design, we have some areas in construction, we have some areas that are in still ongoing detailed design. But what I've heard clearly is that we've spent $340 million already on this project. Ramps have been removed, and that is also extremely inconvenient to people that need to use that Gardiner Expressway to get around. It's important we move forward with the final design and construction so that we can restore access to, in particular, people coming from the east to get on there. And we have $500 million that has been contracted for this project. So on that basis, I'm happy to move receipt of the information that we've heard today. Thank staff for the information they've provided. Thank them for their ongoing answering of questions that residents have and that councillors have, because I know there will be more and they'll always answer our questions for us. And today, thank the residents that came forward to speak, and I'll move for receipt. So all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, that brings us to IE 2.6, Modernizing Bike Share in Toronto Rate Structure. We have a presentation of staff.
Madam Chair, would you be able to deal with that motion, that motion I introduced today? This is Peruzza.
So actually, sure, Councillor Peruzza, we can do that one as well as Councillor Crescent, because there's no deputants on that. So I'll just call out Crescent first. So IE 2.11, Senior Safety Zones, just making sure nobody wants to hold this. Okay, so I'll move receipt. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Next one, Oversight and Accountability with the Utility Cuts Process. This one, Councillor Peruzza is moving. Any questions? Debate? Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, so we now have 5 items remaining. So Modernizing Bike Share, and as soon as you're set up over there, you can give a presentation.
Ready. Cool. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Justin Han. I'm the Director for Bike Share Toronto. I'll be speaking to you today about our recommendations, TPA's recommendations for a new rate structure for Bike Share Toronto. Specifically, I want to talk to the councillors today about how we took a research-based approach to developing the recommendations that we've put forward today. How these new rates, yes, will generate an incremental $3.3 million in new revenue, but that money is being invested right back into the program to create a better customer experience for users of the system. And lastly, how those investments will support the customer experience, network expansion, and electrification across the city as we aim to expand Bike Share Toronto. I think it's important to start, though, just to ground everybody on the TPA itself, and maybe I'll start by just reading our vision at the Toronto Parking Authority, which is to become the world's best provider of sustainable parking, bike share, and last-mile mobility experiences for our customers, our partners, and our city. The Toronto Parking Authority has made the development, expansion, and success of Bike Share Toronto a key strategic priority. The chair in the middle that you see under our approach is meant to represent the customer. And as any good operating company does, such as the TPA, the customer factors in every single thing we do. And with that is where we came up with these recommendations. Bike Share Toronto, as you've heard from some deputants today, is a Toronto success story. And as I like to talk about these numbers, we've seen record growth since 2016. Last year alone, 4.6 million trips on the system, over 1 million from the year before. A customer satisfaction score of 92% and a net promoter score of 53. Let's be clear, I don't think there's any other transportation agency across North America that can give scores like this. It is a success story of this program. With the success, though, and last year, Bike Share Toronto has not been immune from inflationary pressures. Our program expenses were up 19.4% versus 2021. We had to make investments in staffing, staff wages went up, operational costs such as the price of gas, parts for bikes, motors, and expansion all led to a significant cost uptake. So numbers mean one thing, but this is like my favorite slide of it all. People tend to think of Bike Share Toronto sometimes as a seasonal program. It is not. It is a 12-month, 365 days, 24/7 program. And today, Bike Share has more annual riders than the total annual attendance of at-home games for all the Leafs, Raptors, Argos, and Toronto FC combined. Collectively, we've built a beast of a program, and it is going to continue to expand and grow with your support. That's why the TPA itself has begun a new 4-year growth plan. And by 2025, Bike Share will be available to most residents of Toronto. One of our key raisons d'etre, well, we have two key raisons d'etre, if you will. One of them is to make sure that we become or remain part of the city's transportation network, an integral part of the city's transportation network. That's why the TPA has decided and investing into increasing bike share across all wards, all 25 wards by 2025. We also know that having a publicly available bike sharing system is a necessary ingredient to helping the city achieve its Transform TO goals of having 75% of all trips under 5 kilometers be done by cycling, walking, or by transit. A big part of that is electrifying our network, and TPA is going to be investing heavily in electrifying 20% of our network with additional e-bikes and charging stations across the system. By 2025, we'll also have, for the first time in Bike Share Toronto, put stations north of the 401, but connecting them to the south of the 401, so people who want to use our systems can travel through and back and forth. We'll also have we'll have a station at 101 out of 138 transit stations, and a station along each of the TTC Bloor Line subway station stops. Equity factored a big part in our 4-year growth plan, and Bike Share will be present in all city's neighborhood improvement areas. Plus, we'll be offering a $5 annual low-income pass to households who qualify for ODSB or Ontario Works. If you take a look at the Bike Share map today, this is what it sort of looks like today. Now we've expanded a little bit past this, but this is what it will look like by 2025. A dramatic, ambitious, and awesome expansion of the program, which will really see Bike Share become an integral part of the entire city's transportation network. With that, we've had to look at our rate structure. And just to set context here, we haven't adjusted rates in Bike Share since 2017. 2017, the system was a fraction of the size it is today. It was 80 stations big. Today, we're close to 700 and growing. So we needed to look at our rate structure. Going into the process, we had 3 different objectives. Number 1, with anything in price, you got to keep it simple and provide the most possible choice. Number 2, the TPA is a self-funded agency, so we needed to look at how we could increase revenue to offset increases in operating expenses and changes in systems mix, such as electrification and expansion. And third, and just as importantly, we needed to continue to incentivize cycling as a transportation option. With that, we took a 7-step approach, and I won't clear the entire page, but we looked across the world at all systems across North America, South America, Europe, and Asia to see what they were doing. We took all of that research and co-designed with our friends at TTC, Transportation Services, and Metrolinx, and we did ask customers their feedback on what was being presented. And I'll quickly go over this page, but you'll see from a bike share perspective, we didn't just look at what other bike share systems charge. We looked at how they use their local cycling infrastructure, how urban demographics versus suburban demographics use bike share systems, how they mix with transit, so forth and so on. And so it was a wide-ranging global study that we did. We also did customer feedback in November to help shape their recommendations. Close to 1,000 respondents completed a 15-minute survey. And that just shows how engaged our user base is. Nobody really likes to submit a 15-minute long survey, but they did. Close to 1,000 people did. And we tested various scenarios, we tested various models and whatnot. At the end of the day, customers told us they preferred to have an easy to understand price structure. Our members preferred time block pricing. There was a high demand for e-bikes, and the pay-as-you-go model was preferred by what we call our casual users. We have two distinct user groups in bike share. We have what we call our annual members, so those who buy an annual pass, and we have what we call casual members, or those who buy some more one-time passes. You'll see the difference. Annual members are predominantly 90% of them are residents of the city and primarily use it as a transportation option versus those on the casual side. The average trip duration of an annual member on a regular bike, one that you have to pedal yourself, is about 12 and a half minutes compared to the recreational user, which is almost double. Same on the distance side. The average e-bike time that is used by an annual member today is about 17 minutes. The cost per trip for an annual member today is less than $1 per trip. An average annual member will take about 120 trips per year on the system. So there were 4 key insights that drove the final recommendations that we've put forward today. Number 1, all customers want an easy to understand price structure. As we talked about, annual members prefer time block pricing. We heard that loud and clear, and that's why it remains in recommendations. All large bike share systems do charge a premium fee for the use of an e-bike because there are added costs with e-bikes, which we'll talk about. And casual customers do prefer a pay-as-you-go system. So we'll see that the recommendations that we've put forward here today, you'll see the casual rate structure. We've gone from a current flat fee rate to a pay-as-you-go system. Our day pass, while we're recommending, yes, it's doubled in price, the ride time has more than tripled. The people who buy the day pass tend to be heavy recreational users or tourists of the city, and one of the big things we heard from customers, one of the big complaints, is they just didn't have enough time to ride. 30 minutes was too short, and so they asked us for longer. On the annual member side, we are proposing to go from $99 to $105 on the 30-minute rate, and from $115 to $120 on the 45-minute rate. But we are also recommending that we include a 10 cents per minute rate for the use of an e-bike to help recover the costs of what it takes to operate those e-bikes. We've also proposed in ANA's current corporate and student discounted memberships, which give people 20% off the discounted rate. And we do have a low-income pass that we are also recommending as part of the recommendations. If you take a look at our rates, the proposal we've made, make us the most affordable in North America when compared to our key comparator group of Montreal, New York, Chicago, and Vancouver. Not just only from an annual membership rate, but also from a casual rate structure, both one-way tickets and a 24-hour pass. More specifically, on the e-bike pricing, we remain the lowest in North America, tied with Washington, D.C., which I will caveat is a federally funded system by the U.S. government. But Toronto's proposed rate is 30% less expensive than Montreal's rate and 50% less expensive than Vancouver's rate. The reason we're able to do that at the TPA is because we're not in this for profitability, we're simply in this for cost recovery. And so affordability is a major factor of what we've proposed here today. At the end of the day, the incremental revenue is being invested right back into bike share. This year, we're hiring 16% more frontline staff to help with our rebalancing. We're increasing the number of operations trucks by 26%, and we're targeting e-bike availability by 70%. And let me just pause on that point. In August of 2021, when we were operating a small e-bike fleet of about 300 e-bikes, we were doing it through our regular operations, i.e. not investing more money into it. In August in 2021, we had about 3,000 e-bike rides. Last year, TPA invested significant funds into creating a new e-bike operations team, if you will. We had over 60,000 e-bike rides on that summer, so a huge increase. The recommendations that we put forward today in terms of 10 cents per minute on the annual members is to make sure that e-bikes are available to people to use so that they can ride them. There's no point in buying a whole bunch of e-bikes if nobody can ride them. It is about making sure that they are charged and available to use on the road. TPA itself is investing $28.5 million in the 4-year growth plan to expand bike share across the city. And long been asked by our customers, we are developing a new Bike Share Toronto app, which will be launched. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go to the deputants and then call you back for questions. So our first deputant is Allison Stewart. Hi, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello. Stewart, co-acting executive director from Cycle Toronto. I would like to say off the top that Cycle Toronto has always been a huge supporter and partner of Bike Share. And it is in large part because of the success that Bike Share has had under the management of the current team, and including the contractors, Shift, and others they use to deliver their services. The fact that since 2019, they have experienced 70% growth speaks volumes. And because of Bike Share's accessibility, convenience, and affordability, people are discovering how practical and efficient biking can be. And it's also in large part thanks to Bike Share's success that biking is no longer viewed as a fringe activity, right? It's no longer viewed as just something people do in their spare time or when they're, off in a park somewhere. But that biking in Toronto today really is the fastest way of getting you around within 5 kilometers. And so it's with that we, Cycle Toronto, want to continue to work with Bike Share so that they continue to experience huge success, especially as they expand to the inner suburbs and through their e-fleet expansion, which is, in my view, in our view, one of the single most important ways that we are going to get people to leave their cars in their garage and try the convenience of an e-bike, because really it's a game changer. Since I have had access to e-bikes, beginning with Bike Share when I can find one because they're so popular and they haven't expanded yet, which we're looking forward to they are, I also have been using Zig. So Zig is a monthly rental organization, and 80% of their members are food couriers. And so it's with that with this new pricing modernization structure, there are a couple of really good news stories in it, such as the low-income pass, which we've been advocating for years, as well as the expansion of their discounted business membership, which is going to include TDSB this year. So it will attract younger folks and people who rely on ODSP to be able to get around. Where we would like to bring forward some concerns we have, it's really largely around the process and the timing with which this new price structure took place. One, there was very little consultation. And so this report was put forward to TPA just 3 days. And even members of the TPA board expressed their concern that they didn't have enough time to review it. But also in terms of, their community of members and their wider stakeholders, like Cycle Toronto, there was a real gap between the launch of that feedback survey in November to the delivery of this pricing. And one of the things Cycle Toronto did, we started getting calls and concerned emails from people when they got this very complicated survey inquiring about how they wanted to see it priced. And the first thing I did was reach out to Justin to say, hey, can we talk? What's going on? It's a little, you're freaking us out here. And he explained to us that they were embarking on this really exciting project and that their goal is to make it more accessible and just as affordable. And so fast forward to reviewing that report, it fell really short. So had there been more consultation, especially with the diverse communities that rely on bike share, I think we would be in a different place today. And so whereas they took a complete market research-based approach, there was that whole absence of taking an equity impact assessment and also speaking with the different people that use bike share. And so one of the things that we would have also liked to see attached to that report is information on their membership usage. So for example, within that pocket of people that use the casual rates, those represent there are some people in that group that are very vulnerable workers. Within the food delivery couriers, there are some that are migrant workers that don't have status in this country. They also comprise of our international students, have been failed by our post-secondary system and our governments. And they can't even afford to buy a crappy used bike. They can't afford to pay that annual membership fee, which will unlock their cost savings and what makes the program really affordable. And so in addition to not being able to get the program at a more affordable rate, they then have to pay for the, missing the 30-minute or 40-minute mark. So really there's a lot to unpack with this report, but we're hoping, because the hallmark of a great negotiation is that all parties leave the table somewhat disappointed, that bike share can go back to the drawing board and revisit how they can remove that 10 cent per minute on the e-bikes, because that will be a barrier to expanding the program to the inner suburbs.
Thank you.
And they need to revisit on-street parking to perhaps help subsidize that, in our view.
Okay.
Thank you for the great work.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Jess Speaker. I know she wasn't here earlier. Is she online? Okay.
I'm here, yes.
Hi, you have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. I'm here to speak to you today on behalf of Friends and Families for Safe Streets. We are a group of people whose loved ones were senselessly killed in road violence, as well as survivors like me who survived a preventable crash with life-altering injuries. We fight for safety for people outside of cars because we want what happened to us to never happen to anyone else ever again. We want to applaud the enactment of a low-income bike share pass and request that the proposed 10 cent per minute fee for e-bikes in the bike share program be re-examined and ideally eliminated. It is in the city's best interest in every possible way to incentivize residents to travel by modes other than cars, and instituting a higher fee, a deterrence, on an appealing solution to car dependence is counterproductive. Why does a road safety group have an interest in this? Because, very simply, when there are fewer people driving cars, it makes our streets safer and it ultimately saves lives. We saw incontrovertible evidence of this when rates of road violence plummeted along with rates of driving cars during the pandemic, and then rose again sharply in lockstep with the increase in driving after pandemic measures were lifted. Doing everything possible to help people use a mode of transportation other than cars is extremely important in light of the glacially slow progress we are making to date with our Vision Zero program and the rather disturbing lack of political will to make swift, bold changes to our most deadly arterial roads, especially in our outer suburbs. E-bikes could be a solution for people who would otherwise drive their car around the suburbs or from the suburbs to downtown over distances that some consider too far to ride a regular bike. If the drivers who killed our loved ones had been riding an e-bike or any bike instead of driving a car, our loved ones would still be alive today. Either the crashes would have totally been averted because the sightlines on bikes are unobstructed and bikes are more nimble to operate than cars, Or even if not avoidable, the crash would have been survivable due to the lower kinetic force inflicted by a light vehicle at a lower speed. And the exact same applies to survivors like me. If the drivers who struck us, leaving us with life-ruining injuries, had been riding an e-bike instead of driving a car, our trauma could have been averted or completely and very significantly reduced. Bike share is an important part of our transportation system, and it should receive equitable investment compared to the investment that car infrastructure receives. If more resources are needed, and they are, perhaps it's time to make some bold changes to revenue from parking rather than charging bike share users, who are more likely to be low income or otherwise vulnerable, a higher fee. For example, it makes no sense whatsoever that a parking ticket for evading a parking fee of $3 or $4 an hour is $30, while a ticket for evading a $3.25 TTC fare is $425. That's 14 times more. If parking tickets were on par with the punishment for evading a fare of $3.25, then much greater investments could be made into bike share and supporting active transportation. Moreover, the charge for on-street permit parking is far too low, considering the value of the public roadway that it consumes. If an on-street parking spot were billed at the same rate per square meter as the average home in Toronto was for property tax in 2022, it would cost at least $59 a month at a minimum, but instead is only being billed at $17.70. That's less than a third. This is yet another way that Toronto is subsidizing car drivers at the expense of all other road users. Rectifying the undervalued rates for on-street permit parking is another parking revenue stream that the city should take advantage of and use to support active transportation. A trip from the suburbs involving an e-bike and a TTC fare would be at least as expensive as driving a car and paying for parking. Putting this financial barrier in the way of active transportation when alternative streams of revenue are possible is irresponsible and counterproductive from both a Vision Zero perspective and a climate perspective. To truly modernize the bike share rate structure in line with our Vision Zero goals and climate goals, it should be free. That would be modern, or as close to free as possible. It would be far more fair to raise revenues from car parking than it is to place a significant financial barrier in the way that disincentivizes residents from using bike share e-bikes. Everyone benefits when fewer people drive cars. It saves lives when fewer people drive cars. We love the bike share program and are so pleased with its expansion. We hope that alternative revenue solutions can be found to keep bike share e-bike access equitable for everyone, to increase the fleet size to meet demand, and accelerate the electrification of bike share stations across the city.
10 seconds.
To support e-bike charging and improve e-bike access even more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions of the Deputant? Councillor Cole. Oh, no. Any questions, Deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to questions to staff. Councillor Cole.
Yes, just outside. What's that?
Sorry, outside councillors had hands up. Okay, so Councillor Bravo, Councillor Carroll, and then Councillor Cole. Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Acting Mayor. I always forget that. A couple of questions. First of all, around the survey to arrive at the pricing. Do you have any comment around how you were able to, or efforts you might have made to ensure that people who are on the lower income level or people that are accessing the system were somehow included? Was there any kind of demographic questions around income or occupation?
Thank you for the question. So we did capture some demographic information, yes. And then I will just say that this survey itself was conducted in two ways, both from an online perspective, but also what we call an intercept perspective, so face-to-face. And we made sure to, from the intercept perspective, we made sure that we just didn't go to, so let's just call them higher income neighborhoods, but we did spread out in terms of capturing sort of a vast array of our membership. But they were users of Bike Share Toronto.
Right, so, but there was no question, I guess, that asked how people of varying incomes. There was no, like, what is your income level question to be able to correlate the responses to the ability to absorb increased costs. I just want to know if that equity dimension was included in the survey design and the data collection.
I don't believe we specifically asked income levels.
Okay. Can you comment on the, I guess the growing, love the program, everything that everyone said, fantastic work. The comment, I guess, on the casual use comparison between a transit fare and 30 minutes at $4.60 and 60 minutes at $8.20 for the use of a bike, in terms of being able to use it as an alternative to TTC. Can you comment on that?
So, yeah, so I think bike share was never meant to be used as an alternative to the TTC, but augmenting the TTC. And so a lot of what you will find in terms of where we install bike share stations tend to be next to TTC subway stations or GO subway stations, because we know we play a large role in first and last mile connectivity. And so, as an example, when we're going out to Finch West with the Finch West LRT build and other neighborhoods, one of the things we looked at was where there isn't easy connections to heavier transit, where can specifically Bike Share Toronto play that bridge to help those communities connect to the subway or connect to heavy bus routes, if you will.
So you mentioned that I believe that annual membership was largely used by residents, and a significant proportion or the majority use it as a transportation option. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the question I have is around the cost of the annual membership. I understand that for many people, $120 is not a large amount. I guess I have heard from residents and from the many organizations that I've worked with over the years that there is an interest in being able to buy the membership, but for some families, the original outlay of this amount of money is too much to absorb in 1 month. Has there been consideration to some kind of prorated monthly membership? Like that's how people can afford a gym membership, because it's not one lump sum payment.
Yeah, it's a great question. So let me just say that the technology for us to charge monthly or installments or whatnot exists today. What we found from other jurisdictions, such as New York and Chicago and others, is that when they experimented with the idea of allowing people to buy monthly or pay monthly, there's a lot of folks would buy an annual membership on a monthly basis in May, only to cancel them in September, because they're just at such a reduced rate. And I think if we look at what our third objective is, which is to incentivize cycling, we are trying to incentivize cycling not just in the summer months, but also the winter months. And the best way we believe, and the data I believe shows this, is that if somebody buys an annual membership in May, June, or July, when it's beautiful out and it's awesome to get on a bike, they're much more likely to do it on a milder January day or a milder December day than they would at saying, oh, today I'm going to buy an annual membership, for Bike Share Toronto in the winter months. And so that's the balance we're trying to do.
Thank you. I know I've run out of time. I just think that there's a little bit of a gap thinking about a working class person is experienced in relation to this amazing program versus the people you're describing who have options. So thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I want to unpack a little bit. The deputants are concerned about the charges for e-bikes. And I'm wondering if setting the charges is strictly a matter of cost recovery, if there's a balance of how much infrastructure you have, how much charging is ready to go. Is there a bit of a formula there to how you arrived at having to charge those charges?
Yeah, that's a great question, Councillor. So the 10 cents per minute, the e-bike minute fee is just about cost recovery. We currently have a e-bike fleet of about 525 e-bikes, charging stations of about 15, 16 charging stations across the city. The $28.5 million that the TPA has invested, we have 1,300 new e-bikes arriving sometime this June and July. We are installing over 30 e-stations this year in order to make sure that we're able to ensure that those e-bikes are charged nightly so people can use them at a much larger scale than we've historically had. That's where, we need to invest, we need to hire more staff, we need to get more trucks out there, there's more parts. That's where the funds are going.
Right, so it's, the formula is still cost recovery, but there are some additional costs where this piece of infrastructure is concerned. And I'm wondering if you're getting 1,300 in, how those spread out across the city, because I hear loud and clear, wouldn't it be great to have them all over the inner suburbs? You're likely, when you fill in that map, to see a lot more distance riding, but there's not a lot of infrastructure out there yet, and there's a lot of tension over privately owned e-bikes and e-scooters all over sidewalks, because there isn't the cycling infrastructure. So when the 1,300 arrive, do they follow the infrastructure? Is that where you're going to strategically place them to begin with?
That's correct.
And after you answer that, oh, well, if that's the answer, there you go. I do have one other biggie.
Sure.
Yeah. But that's how you're going to pattern it.
Yeah, that's correct. Again, the map was built, the 2025 bike share map you saw was built looking at future transit development, but the city's future cycling network development.
Yeah.
As all of these things are being, put in the ground, we're coming in and placing bike share stations in the ground, and the electrification will also follow that. We've had great success in terms of growing ridership and membership in a downtown network. We want to do just as a bang-up job outside of the downtown, right? When so people use the system.
Right. And the last question is, that being said, well, mine is one of them. Mine's one of those ones on the map that has nothing now, and yet I see all the stuff that's coming along Shepherd there. So, in terms of prioritizing where you're doing installations, is there nice coordination between yourselves and transportation division? So if a reconstruction was happening, there's one happening in the part of Shepherd that's not my ward right now, and then it carries on. If a reconstruction and design is happening, is there a nice flow of information so that they're incorporating space for your stations into the design?
Yeah, I would say we're tied at the hip. We're partners in crime in this, and our planning team meets with Transportation Services planning team regularly.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions of staff, Councillor Fletcher.
I just wanted to follow up on something that Councillor Bravo was asking. And you mentioned that you're going to be having something which is an OW or DSP. I'm just wondering how closely you work with SDFA as far as reaching out into income areas that are lower income or Toronto community housing areas, those who might not be able to afford, and how, as a city, an equity city, we're trying to make sure that everybody has access. And I don't know if I shouldn't be asking Ms. Andrea Campbell what kind of input you've had into this plan.
Sorry, getting closer to the mic. Thank you for the question, Councillor. Perhaps we can do the answer together. So certainly we are working with Toronto Parking Authority on the low income pass. We were very pleased to see that the equity considerations that they were putting into place as they expanded, including the neighborhood improvement areas. We haven't been a core part of the service planning. I think our partnership is more about how to leverage our Fair Pass infrastructure in order for them to create the low income pass. So perhaps I can pass it over for the other part of the answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's exactly right. In terms of the map development and where we're going with bike share, equity played a big part in designing that map. And specifically, we looked at in terms of neighborhood improvement areas, and it was a big focus to make sure we put stations in those neighborhood improvement areas, because we know they've historically been underserved by heavier transit, if you will. And Bike Share Toronto can play a key role in connecting those communities, as well as providing an affordable and convenient, sustainable mode of transportation. So it did play a big factor. We held a number of consultation sessions with a number of groups, as well as we held a public information session in developing that 4-year growth plan.
Now, as a city agency, because of course you are a city agency, right? Replacing city council making all those decisions. And Ms. Stewart talked about what she felt should have been more robust consultation with the Cycle Toronto and others. Can you comment on that, please?
Yeah, so I would say, you know, the pricing study that we conducted in November was just one part of how we came out with these recommendations. So we conduct regular customer feedback surveys throughout the year. Last August, we did quite a large study on how people ride the system, you know, where our membership is situated, the things they wanted to see, what they rated us best on, what they wanted to see improvements on. And part of that is why we came up with the recommendation also to develop a new app, because we heard from customers in that way. So we've been hearing from our customers throughout the year, and that helped put forward specifically the recommendations you see forward today. But we also, I would say, the November study that asked close to 1,000 people was specifically aimed at getting their feedback on pricing.
Yeah, I think my question had more to do with what Ms. Stewart had told us, and I just remind everybody we had a very big survey about the island and Hanlon's Point that wasn't really based on the most users. So we have groups that are definitely cyclists and users of the infrastructure, and I'm just wondering if she had a comment that she felt that there are those allies for this program that could have been more involved, and I asked for your comment on that. If you feel that could happen, that should have happened, or take that into account for the next time.
Yeah, I think we'll definitely take that account for the next time. I think there's always things we can learn, and I think there's always things we can do better. And certainly, you know, we will take that forward. I think that
So Cycle Toronto felt that you didn't have a good enough consultation. That's what I heard her say, and I'm asking if you heard that.
We heard it.
And that you didn't have a good enough consultation with those folks. You're agreeing?
I don't know if I would agree, but I certainly heard her comments.
You heard it. Okay, and for transportation services, I'm a little concerned about the bike share program, and not that it's not a great program, but that it overlooks folks that aren't using bike share, because every potential spot for cycling infrastructure is bike share, and there's very few ring and post places to park your own bike. And I'm very concerned that the focus is very much on bike share, and there's not enough focus on cycling infrastructure for folks that aren't using bike share. They're using their own bikes. Could you comment on that? And I would, if we put a map up, you'd see exactly what I mean.
Through the chair, Councillor Fletcher, so our bike ring program is through our, I believe it's through our street furniture program. I don't have the number that we have. I know that many have been impacted by construction of lately as well, and so I can certainly take a look and find out where we are in terms of that implementation. But you're right, because it is certainly want to have the bike parking available for people who are just bringing their own bikes.
Is this coming to council? I'm sorry. Yes?
Yeah.
So perhaps for council, we could have a look. There's areas that have a lot of bike share and no parking for your own
Yep, we can look at that as well.
And I'm quite concerned that we're so excited about this that we've forgotten people that have just been riding their own bikes for a long time. I have to be one of them, so I know there's no place to park many spots in the city.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, he had his hand up first, and then you had questions.
No, I got offline.
You got them done? Okay, Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are for staff, and digging in a little bit further, Justin, I know my team has been in touch over the course of the last couple of weeks around the equity impacts. I know it was flagged in the slide that it was been a key consideration, but despite the impressive almost 1,000 folks who responded to the survey, we do know there's over 460,000 current users of the program. And so just my first question is, was there any effort made to survey folks in the expansion area?
Some of the intercepts So some of the intercept surveys that we did do, Councillor, were done in stations that we had recently installed.
Okay, cool. So does that technically include the expansion area or no? I guess not, right? Because expansion is what we're currently looking at. So the most recent, but not within the expansion area.
That's correct. We didn't technically survey. We didn't do intercept surveys where there are no stations today, and so new areas were not included.
Got it. Thank you. And then with respect to impact on equity deserving groups, specifically those within the disabled community, we did hear from a resident who's currently accessing the annual 45 membership and is using that to commute in on an e-bike from Mimico in my ward down to downtown about 15 days a month. Currently, it's costing $115. With the proposed changes, that cost goes for them up to $930. So I just wondered if what your comments are on that.
Yeah, I think, you know, we'd love for to be immune from the cost that it takes to run an e-bike. I think the proposals we put forward today, Councillor, are about cost recovery. And for us to make sure that we have e-bikes available for people to use, it takes money. It takes staff, it takes trucks, it takes parts. And so the rates that we propose today are simply about cost recovery to get there.
Okay. That's helpful. And so just from, as we heard earlier, we are an equity city, and equity isn't necessarily about giving everybody the same thing. It's about giving people what they need to be able to access, fairly. So my follow-up question is with respect to the low-income pass. We heard a little bit from Denise Andrea Campbell at SDF&A around their involvement with that. Can you talk to us about the impacts of the low-income pass, how many people will have access to it, and what kind of relief that would provide?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So the low-income pass will be available to anybody who meets the eligibility criteria through currently the TTC Fair Pass program that SDFA manages. It will also be eligible to those on ODSB and Ontario Works. We anticipate in year one this year about 3,000 applicants into the program, but we're not setting a cap. And so there's no maximum amount of people who can apply and join for the low income program, and we hope that people do take advantage of it when it becomes available.
And so for clarification, the low income program impacts the annual fee. However, those who would be eligible would still be charged a per minute fee. Is that correct?
Under the recommendations, yes.
Thank you. And I have one more question, and of course my brain is shutting down on me. My last question was with respect to the status of the low-income pass, and how does that align with the rollout of the proposed expansion? Will folks immediately be eligible to apply for a low-income pass as relates to this expansion? Or are we not there yet?
So our timing, we're working hard with our friends at SDFA. Our timing to roll out the low-income program is Q4 of this year. What we want to make sure there's a little bit of work that needs to get in there in terms of developing the technology and the application process, so there's a smooth intake and that we're able to fulfill the output with an annual membership. So the program is slated to go active in Q4 of this year.
And just for clarity, the expansion is proposed to go active when?
So the expansion has started already. The new rate structure is slated to start April 3rd.
Awesome. And just my last 8 seconds there. Is it feasible to consider an alternative fee structure for members, for folks who are, for example, on ODSP, to potentially eliminate the per minute?
I think anything's possible.
Yeah. I like that answer. Thanks, Justin.
Additional questions, staff? Councillor Sachs?
Yeah, yes, thank you. So what would it take for you to be able to roll out the $5 a year low-income membership before the end of this year? You said fourth quarter. So what would it take to get it done second or third quarter?
Maybe I'll ask Denise over there. Thanks.
Hello. I'm here with my colleague from Technology Services Division because it's both a partnership in order to implement the low-income pass using our Fair Pass process. We certainly need to integrate our income verification process, which right now is done manually. So we'll need a partnership between Toronto Parking Authority, SDFA, and Technology Services Division, and our goal is to make best efforts to speed up the process, but perhaps I can ask my colleague here from Tech Services just to give you a little bit of...
Well, that's okay. Best efforts is good. I want to keep
best
going.
efforts? Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, back to TPA. So cost recovery of the cost of the e-bikes from cyclists, that's a policy choice that's up to TPA, right? You could choose to get that money from drivers, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
So if you charge more for parking cars, which are causing the fossil fuel pollution that's driving us towards climate destruction, you wouldn't have to charge so much or perhaps anything at all for e-bikes, which are a good climate solution for the city, correct?
So we already deeply subsidize the Bike Share Toronto program. We are carrying an operating loss budgeted of $2.8 million this year. With the pricing changes, if they are approved, we will still carry a $2.4 million operating loss. That doesn't include capital expansion, $28.5 million over 4 years, which is fully funded by parking revenues.
Okay, so thank you for all of that, but it's also true you could charge more for parking and give a bigger subsidy to bike share, and then you wouldn't have to have such a large charge for e-bikes. Is that right?
It is possible, yes.
Okay. In terms of the people who are using your e-bikes today, I've certainly heard a number of people expressing concerns about the cost of accessing the e-bikes for people who are physically unable to do their trips on manual bikes, whether because of age or disability or distance and so on. I understand you're willing to entertain a pilot project to provide a limited number of annual memberships that do include e-bikes to ODSP recipients. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
All right, and you're willing, as I understand it, to provide 100 of those memberships, and we'll track and see what happens. Is that right?
That's correct, Councillor.
And what, at the end of the year, what do you hope to know from this pilot project?
I think we'd love to know what the uptake is. We'd love to know what the usage pattern is in terms of length of time that people are riding the e-bikes for, and I think we'd love to know where they're going to and from.
Right. And at the end of that, are you, will you be coming back to this committee and let us know what happened?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions of staff? I have a couple questions. What is the implication if we change the free structure today? Does that mean that it could slow rollout to some areas?
Yeah, I think if we were to change the rate structure today, it means we would need to look for cost savings in other ways, which means cutting the operating budget.
And most of the expansion that you have right now in terms of new bike stations, like those are through the suburbs, right? In some of the areas where we traditionally haven't had that, so it's also part of growing the network?
That's correct, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. The annual plan, what is your rationale for that? Like, why do you propose that it's annual as opposed to monthly and you can come on and off when you like?
Yeah, so the annual membership plan is meant to offer, because it's being used predominantly from residents of Toronto, really an affordable way for people to get from point A to point B. The reason we charge a yearly fee, again, is to sort of incentivize cycling 12 months of the year, not just seasonally. And so the only real city that has a seasonal pass is Montreal, because their program only operates seasonally. To give you a specific example, this past winter, sure, a little bit milder, but over 345,000 rides in the month of January to mid-February. Compare that to the winter of 2022, where we had 146,000 rides in that same period. So huge growth, because we've seen a huge growth in annual members, and we know that once an annual member buys a pass, they're much more likely to try it 12 months of the year.
Okay. Does the TPA subsidize the operating capital for bike share with the revenues from parking?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And does any other North American city right now offer e-bikes on their low-income passes?
No, they do not.
Okay. And what is the time frame, just again, for the rollout of your passes?
The new rate structure is slated to begin to roll out April 3rd of this year.
Okay. And then the low-income fare pass is scheduled when?
Currently for Q4 of this year.
Okay, and you mentioned a lot of work that has to be there. So if we delay implementing this right now, does that mean that you're going to lose revenues that you're using to expand the network prior to summer?
That's correct, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So that will move to speakers, outside speakers first. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks. So, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, when I look at the map of my ward, that is the map of tomorrow, I know we did the right thing when we took what was an outside service and had the TPA continue it for us. Because they are able to jig their parking rates to subsidize this and make a go of it, where the private interest was ready to leave town, where they were folding up shop and leaving town. But I have been waiting ever since we did that years ago for it to make its way north of the 401 to my ward. And I see on this map that that's going to happen. I don't know if these are the hard locations or you just toss some green dots, but I think not, because what I see is a corridor of bike stations running through Parkway Forest and the Peanut. Neighborhoods that badly need this. They badly need it. These are neighborhoods where we know they would be using bikes. Some do, some take the risk and own their bikes, but they live in 60s and 50s constructed buildings where there are no bike lockers and where a lot of people live in one small unit often. And often they come from cultures where cycling was the norm, and yet there's no real way for them to do that in their neighborhood. But this coming Tuesday, we're having consultation about finally bringing major lengths of cycling infrastructure to our ward. And lo and behold, I walk into your committee and see, here come the bikes to go with it. For me, for those low-income communities, which are fairly vast and not very pedestrian friendly, just putting the stations in is the game changer. I can live with the fees that are recommended here because they are the reason this will happen. And I really need this to happen in my low-income neighborhoods. And when we send staff or send a corporation away to figure that out, and they come back with a formula that can make it happen, we have a tendency to shoot ourselves in the foot and then say, yeah, but don't charge that. And then I know what'll happen. 2025 will come and go, and I will look up and down Don Mills Road all along the Peanut, and I will have no bike stations because they haven't made it north of the 401 yet, because we shot ourselves in the foot and said, no, we're not going to charge those fees. There is a low-income pass here, and I know that people will avail themselves of it in my neighborhood, but I need the infrastructure. If you're not going to put it in, then my residents have nothing, really nothing. And so I just hope that we congratulate the board and the authority for getting this work done and proposing what they're proposing is going to be in my neighborhood by 2025. Congratulations. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Thank you. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Additional outside speakers? Okay, bringing it into committee. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion. Clerks could help me put it up on the, yeah, thank you. So I'm really excited about the work the staff have done. And as we've heard, from practically all of the items we've talked about today, we have a very critical we're at a very critical time right now. We have a climate emergency, and this is one of the ways in which we're able to help that out. So we're very excited about this expansion. But one of the things I am mindful of, and we've seen it happen before at the city, is when we bull our way through to a new initiative and we don't quite get it right. So I think that there are some ways that we could improve. We want to be a world leader. I think making sure that e-bikes, for example, are accessible for folks who are on a low income and otherwise unable to ride the iconic bikes is just one small consideration out of a few. So there is a motion in front of you that amends the recommendations that we are looking at. I don't have it in front of me, but you all can see it up on the screen. It suggests 2 cents less than the proposed fee structure. So instead of 10 cents a minute, we'd look at 8 cents a minute. The option for monthly installments for those folks who would like to opt in for an annual pass. And the last one is that we would include the, because currently the way that the language is written is that even if you are eligible for the low-income pass, it does not include the e-bike, and we would like to see the e-bikes be included for those who are eligible for the low-income pass. So please take a peek at my motion. I'd appreciate your support. I hope that we can do 2 things at once. We always say we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So my hope is that we can see the expansion roll out while some of these important equity considerations are further reviewed and hopefully implemented. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional speakers to this item, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion as well. I should say that I strongly support the portion of Councillor Morley's motion about requesting a study. I think it's really clear that we should be increasing the subsidy to the bike share system because this is the way of the future. This is the day that the 6th climate synthesis report has come out, driving home the desperate straits that we're in, the urgent need for reducing fossil fuels, even in a city where we've built ourselves elevated expressways all the way around, and we've done so many tragically wrong things. This bike share is the greatest transportation success story I think Toronto's ever had. Well, other than building the subway, I suppose, in the first place. Looking at the tremendous growth we've seen, looking at the fact that we have more riders than we have people attending every single home game for all of our major sports teams, seeing the rate of growth, seeing the opportunity to have people get around this city without causing congestion, without causing air pollution, without causing climate pollution, and at much less cost. We know that for the average family, it costs more than $10,000 a year to have a personal motor vehicle. They can save almost all of that if they can get around on a bike, and especially if that's costing them $100 or $5 in a year. So it's tremendously good for the economics of the city. It's a tremendous step for the economics of families who are under increasing financial pressure. And it's essential for equity and fairness, as we just heard from Councillor Carroll, that the bikes be available in all wards. The fact that some wards all this time have never had even a single bike, a single station. They haven't had any of this service, and there's a huge unmet need for that service all over the city. Adding e-bikes, there's a huge improvement, especially for seniors. As somebody with sore knees, I really know how important e-bikes are. They make it possible for people who are disabled, people who've got heavy loads, people who've got steep hills, long distances. And so I'm really delighted to see the expansion project, the money that Bike Share is putting out to get to 20% e-bikes by 2025. And I think from an equity point of view, providing that service and making that service available to everyone in the city, no matter where you live, that's the most important thing we can do from an equity point of view. I have looked at these issues about using the prices of public goods to provide subsidies to the needy for nearly 50 years. And the evidence over and over and over has been that using distorting the prices of public goods to provide subsidies to the needy doesn't do either one well. It doesn't serve the needy well, and it damages the public service. And it's particularly a bad idea when it prevents the public service from providing the goods and services it's intended to do. So if, as we just heard, reducing the fees means that service has to be cut, the expansion has to be cut, then I think we're doing much more harm than good. I think the priority, as Councillor Carroll said, has to be to expanding and improving the service and adding premium vehicles like the e-bikes. So I'm supporting the request for a report. We should be increasing the subsidies so we can charge less for goods, charge more for bads. But in the meantime, there are some really tough stories. So I've certainly heard from Alison Stewart and others that there's a small number of users who are disabled, who are very low income, who are receiving ODSP, and even though e-bikes have only been available for a short period of time, really find them tremendously important and want to be able to continue to use them, like right now. So I successfully negotiated an arrangement with the TPA that they're willing, as you'll see in the motion, which is somewhere, to provide 100 special annual passes. $5 a year, best bargain Toronto's ever had, that would include the e-bikes for people on ODSP. And I have agreement in principle for the YMCA that if we ask them to be the people to hand these out, first come, first served, to people who prove that they're on the ODSP, they're willing to do that. So in this way, we can deal with the sharp point of the equity while the review that Councillor Morley has requested is underway. And we can also get some data. I mean, how many disabled people really will use these e-bikes for significant distances, and we can rely upon the TPA to do a good analysis and come back to us. So that's my motion. I'm asking for everybody's support. For a year, we'll have 100 of these special, unbelievably cheap memberships that do include the e-bikes for people in ODSP, and at the end of the year, let's figure out what we know, and hopefully we'll be able to pay for lots more of them with bigger subsidies from the parking fees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cole?
I have a bit of a different perspective on this. Here we have a good news story, made an incredible breakthrough. I remember how difficult this was, even getting off the rails, and the criticism there was for the e-bike system. And now they're getting to be successful, and we are now trying to make them an income leveler, subsidizing people that need help financially and people on DSP and all these programs. They're a parking authority, and they already subsidize the bike share by $2.8 million. So we're going to ask them to basically take care of people in need. It shouldn't be our job. It certainly shouldn't be the parking authority's job. It should be the provincial government and the federal government. So what we do is we take on all these subsidy programs, and the provincial government laughs at us. Yeah, let Toronto do it. They're going to do it. So we get suckered in every time, and we subsidize all these programs on a regressive tax called the income tax. That's what you're doing. So you're adding more on the income tax, letting the province off the hook, who's basically got more billions in their treasury than they ever had. And we are then saying, we've got to do it. The parking authority of Toronto's got to do it, when they're already subsidizing these passes and on top of the whole program that they've built. It's a great success story. So why put this burden on them and let the province off the hook? That's what you're doing again. You're continually doing this. So I have a motion that goes in a bit of a different direction, and that is trying to get some added revenues so this program can continue to expand. And I know what I do with the developments in my ward. I always put in a proviso, this development is subject to the developer paying for bicycles or e-bikes to the new tenants in the buildings, the new condo owners. Let the developer pay for those new bikes, and they're more than willing to say, well, we've got 300 bike spots and so forth. They're always willing to do that, but there's very little cost for them to do that. So what I'm saying in this motion is, let them pay for some of the bike share infrastructure that they're going to need and their residents are going to need, that takes the pressure off automobile use, parking use. Let them pay, rather than asking the taxpayers, the property taxpayers of Toronto, even to take on more income subsidization. And that's not what we should be doing. We have just the property tax base. And then you're going to ask to pay for greater parking fees? Talk to people who pay the parking fees in Toronto. See how outraged they are what they have to pay right now to park, and then they don't come downtown or they don't come to certain neighborhoods because they want to go to out of suburbia to park where they don't pay. So then we hammer them in downtown Toronto, mid-trial, say, pay more for parking, pay more for parking. And then our small business suffers. Oh yeah, but we've increased the fees, we've got more money to the parking authority. That's not a very logical way of promoting shopping downtown, getting people to use the e-bike system. So sorry, I disagree with your approach of using the Toronto Parking Authority as an income subsidy system. It's not the way to go. You're just, again, giving another gift to Mr. Ford or Mr. Trudeau, and they're just laughing at us again as we continue to do this, offloading of their responsibilities onto the hard hit. Remember, half of the property taxpayers are renters that are on fixed income. They're paying through the nose in their rents. So why increase their rents? Why increase the person on fixed income who's living in a small house and say you got to pay now for to subsidize people using bikes? Let's build up this good story, this good infrastructure, rather than putting more shackles on them so they can't do what they've done successfully. Anyways, that's my motion.
Thank you. I have 3 motions. I think I'm the last speaker on the item. It doesn't matter whichever one you want. Sorry.
Yes. When we get to Councillor Morley's motion, can we vote on them in pieces, please?
I have a motion to amend.
Okay.
So, and then yes, if needed, but I don't think it is after what I move. Okay, so I'm moving referral of Councillor Morley's motion to TPS to report back on in Q4, which all of that, the one for the report back is Q4 anyway, so it's just referring the entire thing to TPS to report back on. TPA, sorry, TPA, Toronto Public Service. There's too many TPS, too many TPs, too many talking points. Okay, so sorry, yes. So at the beginning, it is on my motion, if you want to pull up mine. This is Councillor Morley's motion, so. So that motion 1 be referred to Toronto Parking Authority to consider for financial and operational impacts by the 4th quarter of 2024. And then I have 2 other motions. City Council, direct the Executive Director of Social Development in consultation with TPA, got it right this time, to undertake best efforts to expedite the delivery of the low-income fare pass program for bike share Toronto in the 3rd quarter of 2023. So let's see if we can accelerate it. 2, City Council requests the Toronto Parking Authority Board to request TPA to engage the Toronto District School Board and the Toronto Catholic District School Board to enter into the corporate discount program. So that'll make more discounts available to more families. And then the next motion is a technical one. City Council deem adequate public notice of City Council's consideration of the proposal to change the rate and fee structure of bike share program onto the agenda. So I appreciate where Councillor Morley is trying to go with this to make sure that more people have access to the program. I think there's different ways we can get there. I'm hoping we can get the low-income program expanded faster and to more people faster, because I do hear the concerns that we heard from Councillor Cole and Councillor Sachs about changing the rate structure and for myself and Councillor Carroll and a lot of people in the suburbs, that's very dangerous because I've just gotten my first bike share in the south part of my ward, and I wouldn't want to jeopardize expansion into the northern parts of my community and north of the 401. Just like Councillor Carroll said, through most of Scarborough, we don't have bike share through north of the 401, so I think that's really important. So I think this is trying to find a middle ground to kind of get us moving in the right direction and give TPA the right amount of time they need to further advance a lot of that work, and also give city staff the time they need to further advance the low income pass. So with that, I think we can vote on the motions, and I'll let you pull them up in the order you think makes sense. The referral first, okay. So on the referral, all those in favor? All those opposed, that carries. On Councillor Sax's motion, all those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. On Councillor Cole's motion, all those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. On the technical motion, this one is the expansion of low income. All those in favor, all those opposed, that carries. Last one is the technical one. On the technical amendment, all those in favor, all those opposed, that item carries. On the item as amended, all those in favor, all those opposed, that item carries. Okay, that takes us to IE 2.7 College Street Bikeways Extension Project. We have one speaker, Allison Stewart. You have 5 minutes.
Busy day. So, Allison from Cycle Toronto. I am here to support enthusiastically with this proposal by Councillor Sachs and Councillor Bravo to extend the College Street Bikeways. In addition to that, we would also like to see the College Street Bikeways extended eastward from Bay all the way to Parliament. And we'd also like to see that the gap in bike lanes on Lansdowne Avenue between College and Dundas Street be filled to provide a more complete network of cycling infrastructure. And also we'd like to see that an active TO pilot structure be leveraged to implement these extensions as quickly as possible. Now, this said, some of these items, recognizing that the city staff are working really hard to implement their 2022 to 2024 near-term cycling network plan, and will likely in the very near future be working on planning out the next near-term cycling plan, which will see us through 2025 to 2027, which we're all so excited about. And we can't wait to find out when those consultations and stakeholder consultations will begin to see where that will take us. So that is really what I'd like to say. There's a lot of good news. I will just say that cycling and active transportation in the city is really starting to move. And so there are days where it is hard to see progress, and it may be hard to gauge people's support and really happiness with the, where we've come. And I myself have days where I may get frustrated because I'm being cut off, but really it's pretty awesome. So thank you. Keep doing what you're doing. I support this call, providing it's well within your resources and that it keeps us moving to where you're taking us. Sorry, thank you. I'm getting tired. You must be exhausted.
Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Questions to staff? Seeing none. Speakers on this item? Seeing none. All those in favor? Which one? Speak or? Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Next item is IE 2.8, request for the first year review of winter maintenance contracts. We have, apologies, we have speakers. Let me just find the next speaker. Allison, there we go. Okay. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Hello, I'm back. Okay. All right, so I'm here because Cycle Toronto supports the recommendations that Councillor Sachs and Councillor Carroll have requested to conduct a comprehensive review of the winter maintenance services for the 2022-2023 season. Snow clearing is a perennial issue that takes place every year in the season called winter, and increasingly it's becoming even more dangerous than it was just 5 years ago. The volume of construction zones and development that are taking place across our city, and indeed over the next 10 years as the Ontario line is built, our city is going to get even more dangerous for people. And so even on a sunny day when it's dangerous crossing the street, you add to that even half a centimeter of snow, and that significantly impacts the safety of people walking, rolling, wheeling, and otherwise just trying to move about the city, and those not in a car. And so we really want people to understand that the conditions that a 2-ton truck needs to be safe rolling around the city is very different to what people who walk and are in a wheelchair or push a stroller or are elderly. And so in addition to supporting the request for this comprehensive review, we'd also like to see, the objective of preventing, and specifically the objective of preventing city maintenance staff, contractors, and property owners from dumping snow and ice onto sidewalks and bike lanes. We're also calling on the city to facilitate snow clearing efforts by really taking a look at some of the bigger overarching problems that I think are making it difficult for people to clear the sidewalks and bike lanes to the same level that the roads are being cleared. And every time there's a snow event, or really anytime it snows and we get more than 3 centimeters of snow on the ground, you listen to the traffic reports and you'll hear the police, urging drivers not to drive if they otherwise can. And then you still hear of all the, the delays, the collisions, the yada yada. And so all the resources that are being drained going to addressing these collisions that really, quite frankly, should never have happened in the first place. So we're really seeking the city to, for example, take things a step further, especially to help minimize costs and be more efficient about how they deliver the services, is really by issuing a full-on moratorium on all non-emergency vehicular traffic following a weather event that includes 5 centimeters of snow or more, to help expedite snow clearing without hindrance of traffic and subsequent traffic collisions, which consume a lot of emergency services and others. In addition to expediting the clearing of streets and roads, the city's emergency services resources will be less strained dealing with collisions that could have been avoided. A second thing we'd like to see that to help improve our snow clearance program is restricting overnight on-street parking so that roads are able to be cleared from curb to curb overnight to ensure that people are able to get around safely as they head out to work, school, and their appointments. With every winter comes snow. Winter is an annual weather event that shouldn't take the city's snow clearance operations by surprise. People should be able to walk, ride, or roll safely throughout the year, regardless of the season. And if we want people and businesses to thrive all year long, we must prioritize the movement of people over vehicular traffic. Thank you for your help with this matter.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Adam. Adam, are you there online? Adam Roy Cahoon. Hi, Adam, you have 5 minutes.
Hello. This is Adam Cahoon. A few of you might have seen me on Global News talking more specifically about the problem. I live in I live near Down Common in the West Don. Technically, the area in front of my house is technically known as a park, technically called Queen's Jubilee Promenade. Now, there have been more signs lately around that have said no winter maintenance of stairs and pathways, which ended up that right after the snowstorm, city crews are not even, we're waiting. Well, the first time it wasn't that they were waiting, they didn't clean up the snow until I was able to notify the news 5 days later. Now they're getting a little bit better, but I really think you need to really clarify to your crews where you aren't clearing. I can understand not clearing the center of the park or right around the sculptures, but we do need better pathways. As a wheelchair user, it pretty much sucks that when we had a pretty mild winter, now that the days were getting longer, I was starting to really get cabin fever and was excited to have more opportunities to get out in March, and was quite disappointed that some of my frustration was because of the lack of proper snow clearing. And I really think you guys need to also assess where you're putting up signs that just say we're not clearing the snow. It's sort of like if those drugstores talk about extended hours, but end up putting up tape down certain aisles. It's almost like we get it that you don't want to do certain areas where there's lack of use, but how you decide where the lack of use has to be really evaluated. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation, Adam. Thanks for joining us. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our last deputant on this item, Jess Speaker. Do you have Jess? I know she's on the line earlier. Okay, hi.
Here we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 5
Great,
minutes.
thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here today to speak on behalf of Friends and Families for Safe Streets to strongly support Councillor Sachs and Councillor Carroll's motion to review snow removal contracts. The snow removal situation for people outside of cars is a perennial issue that's unsafe for people who are simply trying to walk, roll, or ride a bike. Winter is an annual Canadian tradition. It happens every year. Snowfall is forecasted in advance. It is very rarely actually a surprise. Many winter cities have got snow clearing largely figured out, and it's an expectation that Torontonians deserve to have met as well. Recently, a senior fell and broke their ankle due to inadequate snow clearing. After every snowfall, social media and news stories are filled with photographic evidence of devastating injuries from falls, parents struggling to lift strollers over snowbanks, piles of snow and ice blocking crosswalks and sidewalks, seniors struggling to cross the road, people with mobility impairments needing help to access the streetcar, or worst, people with mobility devices and impairments being rendered completely housebound by impassable snow obstacles plowed from the road into the sidewalk. Even the most able-bodied people face significant mobility challenges when sidewalks and bike lanes are uncleared, slippery, or icy. Friends and Families for Safe Streets would like to see our city prioritize the safety of people traveling outside of cars during the winter. Streets where snow and ice endangers people who are walking, rolling, or biking simply are not safe streets. I have a personal story to back this up. I tried to travel to Queen's Park to support the tabling of Bill 40, the Moving Ontarians Safely Act, which is the latest instantiation of the Vulnerable Road User Law. And that was November 16th, 2022, the first major snow event in the city this winter. I hadn't had a chance to get my winter tires installed on my car, so I thought I'd be a responsible person and chose to ride my winter bike with its studded tires rather than risk everyone else's safety by driving in the snow on a car with summer tires. I had heard about improved snow clearing standards and improved service on cycling infrastructure, and I thought, hey, I'll give that a try. That sounds good. But I saw absolutely no evidence whatsoever of that policy at any point during that day. During the morning rush hour, most of my route was dangerously uncleared, if not actively obstructed. So that was Dundas Street East, over to Sherbourne, over to Wellesley, and then up University. That's 8 continuous kilometers of inadequacy and inaction on display in cycling infrastructure at peak morning rush hour, while the entire way, the lanes for cars were cleared bare to the pavement. There were multiple stretches where it was too deep for me to even ride in it, and I had to get off and slowly push my bike on foot, risking being late for the press conference I was going to. I want to note, not one person had to get out of their car and push it because of uncleared snow. And this failure is a policy choice. This failure is counterproductive in every way. It reduces active transportation by scaring people off. It undermines road safety and climate goals, and it shows everyone outside of a car how little regard there is for their safe passage, with motorists instead receiving the lion's share of rapid, effective snow clearing services. This has long-term negative effects too. It wasn't about that one day only. Since that day, I have ridden my bike exactly once in the last 4 months of winter on a group ride when I felt safe, never alone. And I am far from the only one who is too scared to ride in the winter because I simply cannot trust that an effective job at snow clearing will have been done so that I can ride safely in dedicated infrastructure that exists. Instead, I drive my car because I don't want to die by being forced by mounds of uncleared snow into the path of an oncoming, distracted, speeding, or even rage-fueled motorist. Being nearly killed once was enough for me. I am enraged that this city routinely takes away my choice for healthy and active mobility and instead forces me into the least healthy, least sustainable, and most expensive choice. So yes, I urge you to vote to undertake this review and to find solutions to the inadequate, inequitable, and incompetent snow clearing that's been on display in the city, by preventing snow from being plowed by either city operators or private contractors into crosswalks, sidewalks, and cycling infrastructure, by tendering contracts to more competitive and competent service providers, and by implementing and enforcing penalties on incompetent providers that are effective at motivating them to improve their service levels to acceptable, safe standards. Nobody in the city should ever be too scared to leave their house because of the condition of our streets. Every resident deserves to be safe on our streets. Thank you.
Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, that is it for deputations. Questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers on the item. Councillor Sachs, then Councillor Morley.
Yes, thank you. This is my item. I do want to acknowledge that Mr. Sferrazza and his team have worked really hard all winter. I know that partly because I'm on his back all the time. And I believe that my ward, Ward 11, we have the all-time record as the top 311 complainers in the entire city. I think we're the record. Yeah, you're raising. Okay. I will say that I know a lot has got better. Like the new contract structure where you have one contractor for the ward instead of what it was, 47 or whatever different ones, that's better. I have seen sure lots of problems, but it was better in March than it was in November. There were a lot of like really stupid things in November. There are less stupid things in March, which is good. And I know there have been really difficult circumstances, 30% plus vacancies in the field staff, hangovers from the moratorium and hiring during the pandemic. There have been lots of problems. So I do want to say thank you for the work you are doing. And as you've heard, there's still lots of problems. I mean, And again, some of them, you just think, we had a problem a few weeks ago where an entire school of disabled children in wheelchairs couldn't get from the school to their bus because the sidewalk hadn't been cleared. So we have, and I'm one of the many people in the city who fell on a piece of ice on the sidewalk and got a serious concussion, which has really been life-changing. So I do know how important these are. And as many of you know, I cycle to work almost every day, all year round. And so every problem that there's been on the bike lanes, I think every problem there's been on the bike lanes I've experienced, and there have been lots and lots and lots of problems. So you've got a really tough job. You warned all the new councillors when we started in the fall that we were going to get a lot of calls and emails about snow. You're right. We get a lot of calls and emails about snow. And even though in many ways what the city does is better now, it's not nearly good enough. We still do far too good a job on roads and far too poor a job on sidewalks. So we want to take the opportunity here to learn. I mean, I know you're going to do this anyway. Work with the contractor. What did we learn from the first year? What can we do better going forward? The weather's getting wilder. We had twice as much rain this winter as the average winter, and that means all sorts of crazy things. And we know the weather's going to get wilder, but we still have a certain number of operators who, as one of the operators said to one of my constituents when she complained that he was plowing ice onto the sidewalk, a newly cleared sidewalk that he then made completely impassable with ice, he said to her, well, when she protested, the top priority is the road. We have to change that. The top priority has to be the people. I mean, I understand that emergency vehicles have to be able to get through, and I accept that that's first. But emergency vehicles don't need bare pavement. Emergency vehicles are perfectly fine on passable amounts of snow. Where we need bare is on the sidewalk, so people don't slip and fall, and on the bike lanes. Those are where we get the safety impacts. And so we really do need to normalize a different approach. Thank you for reading the chapter of The Invisible Women about the importance of clearing sidewalks and the gender impacts that it has. It's important, it's real. I'm really glad to see the city coming to grips with it. We need to do more. Purpose of my motion, thank you for your hard work. We have to do better.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Morley.
I just have a friendly amendment to offer to my colleague, Councillor Sachs, and I'm really glad to see this motion come forward, and it's just to include TTC stops as a consideration for the review. As was mentioned in Councillor Sachs's ward, there are a lot of complaints about winter. I think that's probably true of all of the wards across the city, and certainly in Etobicoke Lakeshore. And one of the areas that certainly was consistently flagged was TTC stops and the experiences of those who were waiting and trying to get on and off, and even just getting to TTC stops has been problematic and challenging in some instances. And so as part of this review, we hope that that is can be accepted as a friendly amendment, and we'll leave that with staff. Thank you.
I happily accept the friendly amendment.
Councillor Cool.
Yes, it does snow in Toronto, you know, it does. I've been at this quite a few years. No matter what the city has done or not done, you're always going to get complaints, and you're going to not stop the complaints. So you're dreaming in Technicolor if you think there's a perfect system out there. And I just want to tell one little funny story. I was on St. Clair during one of the snowstorms a couple weeks ago, and there was a TTC bus stopped, okay? And the driver was out, and I said to the driver, I said, what's wrong? She said, well, my wheels are spinning. And then I said, yeah, I know, this is the thing, is the TTC doesn't believe in snow tires for their buses, and that's an old thing for many reasons. And then I said, well, do you have a shovel on the bus? As I'll shovel the rear where the spin is. We're not allowed to carry shovels, no tools allowed on the bus. So I said, okay. I said, now, let's go in reverse. Not allowed to go in reverse. So this bus was stuck there. TTC service is being impeded. We could have got a couple of citizens who are willing to help push it. No, you can't do that. So this is sort of the anomalies of snow clearing in Toronto. And I could tell you 1,000 stories. I mean, Barbara Gray, I had to get her up at 6:30 in the morning a couple of weeks, last week. I could tell you, so we resolved the problem on Avenue Road, but so there's always going to be those issues, those corners, those sidewalks, those bike lanes. And, you know, one thing that bothers me or worries me very much is I saw what happened in Mississauga, where the snow plow operators walked off the job because they were physically being threatened and abused by people who complained about the snow removal in Mississauga. So it's not just a Toronto thing, and I think that kind of trend line is very, very unsettling, because the men and women who are out there in the middle of the night, you know, with assaulters, sanders, bobcats, now we're doing sidewalks, they are doing their very best. They never were perfect. They're not perfect. And you get this report back, and you're going to say, well, here's how to make it perfect. It ain't going to happen. And you could spend as much money as you want, but, you know, there's 10,000, I think, streets in Toronto, if I'm not mistaken. 5,400 kilometers of road. And so for me to expect that all of a sudden, after this report comes back, that I'm not going to get any phone calls in my office, well, I would be upset. I'm saying, what happened? What are we doing wrong? I'm not getting any calls. So expect the calls. That's what our job is, to handle the calls, talk to staff, and deal with the reality that is a very challenging reality given our climate, our extreme weather events that are going to keep occurring. And so let's thank God men and women are willing to do that work, and they do it on some pretty bad nights, and let's give them a bit of respect. And I'm always going to complain, I know that, but I know that's what I get paid for, to complain. So I'm going to continue to complain and continue to work with staff. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to start by also thanking city staff. It is a hard job. My in-laws do commercial snow plowing. I've sent my son out, my 19-year-old son, to work for them. And, you know, he's pretty wet and cold when he got back, and it was a really hard job. And my husband's done it, and I've been out on Christmas Eve so that he could try to give his employees a night off so they could wake up in the morning with their families. And it is hard work. And I know you don't get enough thank yous, so I just want to start by thanking you for that.
Qualified thank you.
And I will say, though, that what city staff have been exceptional about is the lessons learned. And, you know, on Centennial Road, we always had complaints about the crosswalk from the crossing guard. This is the first year he wrote in and he said, thank you. And he was so happy because there was no mound of snow by the crosswalk this time. He never had to call in 311. That was feedback that was passed on to the new contractors. And similarly, this year at the end, we had 90 calls into the office. So we went through, we looked through the trends, and we said, okay, well, in cul-de-sacs, they used to put it all in the middle, but I guess a kid tobogganed on there and got hurt. So we don't do that. So they pushed it to the side, but they all pushed it on one lawn. So then that was a problem. So we asked contractors nicely, can you spread it around the cul-de-sac? And that's feedback that they took, and they're going to apply it next year. And it is new contractors, and they realize some of the timing on having the windrow come a little bit closer to the plow. They can improve on that. So I think there are always things that we can approve, and it's important to kind of have the lessons learned to pass on to the contractor for the next year to kind of look at, you know, what didn't work as well as possible and get those improvements, get those thank yous from the crossing guards, and please do pass that on to the contractors because I know they don't hear that enough. But I was completely heartbroken to hear the story about how the snow operations workers are being treated outside the GTA. And I know that Toronto Police said that there'd have to be an FOI to see if similar treatment happened to our employees. And like, the thought that anybody could possibly treat our amazing staff that are out working sometimes 3 nights in a row, sometimes hours and hours on end. You know, my husband used to sleep in the salt yard waiting for his turn to fill up. Like, it is a hard job, and I'm very grateful that there are people that are doing that and keeping us getting to where we need to go. So I'm happy with these recommendations before us. I know Councillor Sachs and Councillor Carroll worked really hard to merge their ideas into one. It's time to come back with the extreme snow weather plan, so it's well timed with other work that you're doing. But just please don't take from this that we're not grateful, because I think we very much are. So thank you. Okay, so on the friendly amendment, on the item as amended, okay, that carries. The next one is ravine slope stabilization. So, before we do that, apologies. My script was missing to accept the minutes because this is the second meeting, so we didn't have it in the first meeting, so that's okay. So can I get a motion to adopt the January 30th minutes? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, last item, IE 2.9, ravine slope stabilization. John Busums is our speaker on this item. Do we have John online? I'm here. Oh, okay, we have John here. Well, thank you for your last speaker of the day, so thank you. And you have 5 minutes.
This has been a long meeting today. I'm here on behalf of the Midtown Ravines Group, which is a collaboration of 8 residents associations in Ward 11 and Ward 12. We got formed a number of years ago in an attempt to try to be more effective, partly to be more effective in pushing the city into doing more in the ravines. The ravines, the problem of investing in the ravines is a problem throughout the city. We recognize that. We see the problem locally in the ravines in which were designed by people to be parks back in the 19th century. With actually a fair amount of civic investment back then in building, large block of stone to channel the stream and make it safe for people. And people came. I mean, we have pictures of the ravine back there being used by many, many people, children's families, etc. It was a destination. Back when Toronto ended at St. Clair. Well, unfortunately, Toronto doesn't end at St. Clair now. The farms that were to the north have been paved over. The summer storms that were often absorbed, at least in the initial downpour, by the permeable soil, that's gone. They now rush down into the sewer pipes, which then enter into the ravines. This is a problem throughout the city, but it's a serious problem where we are. Just to give you a sense, right now, in a normal day, there's more than a trickle in the ravine. There's probably, I don't know, half a cubic foot per second of flow. In a storm with, an inch of rain in an hour, that suddenly expands from half a cubic foot per second to more than that. That's more than 2 or 3 cubic yards per second, cubic meters per second. A cubic meter is a ton of water. 2 tons of water against the slopes, and you can guess what happens. It's a serious problem, and we're concerned that the city doesn't do enough to be able to make that effective, to be able to deal with that effectively. I'm here to support Councillor Sachs's motion. We support the notion that beneficiaries should pay. We support that in the Gardiner. We believe commuters should pay. We support that in our area. We believe that that the people whose ravine properties benefit from city investments in erosion control should contribute to the cost. It's complicated. and I'll just say a word about the complications. Each ravine slope is different. We have a ravine slope in the northern part of the ravine where a house is very definitely in danger, where the work that has to be done involves expensive nailing in the slopes, call it mechanical remediation. We have other slopes, other places like below Summerhill Gardens, where there is a less endangered slope, which probably can be dealt with by tree plantings, by providing more roots in the ground. Regardless of what the solution is, we think it's only fair that people who benefit, and obviously the owners of houses in the ravines do benefit, should pay. We also, I might say, are willing to see more contributions from the area towards the cost of improving the ravine, so providing parkland that's needed. We're looking to see 10,000 more people on Yonge Street between Bloor and St. Clair, and another 10,000 more people in Davisville on the north side of the cemetery. There's a real need for recreational space. There's you've been talking about bicycles this afternoon. There's a need for an ability of people in Davisville to be able to access that ravine, which they cannot now safely do easily coming through the cemetery. There's a need for green ability, people's ability.
Final thought.
To get green. Thank you. We just urge you to support the motion that Councillor Sachs has put before you, and the amendment which I understand she is going to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of Deputant? Okay, seeing none. Questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers to the item. Councillor Sapp?
Yes, thank you. I have a motion. Well, I have an amendment to my motion. Yes, there it is. So, yes, as Mr. Bossens has just described, we do have a serious and growing problem in the ravines. And as everybody knows, climate change is making that worse, is rapidly making it worse. The combined effect of intensification of use upstream. This is one of the topics I reported on to the Ontario Legislature when I was commissioner. We have a triple whammy. One is the poor state of repair of stormwater infrastructure, both in Toronto and in other jurisdictions. We have the enormous amount of hard surfaces that are being created upstream, which means that the water comes to us faster. And you add to that climate change, which means that we get more intense storms, and the combined effect we can see in the ravines. In addition, of course, we've had some terrible decisions by the Ontario Municipal Board and its successor, which have allowed development in various bad places, plus the increasing handicapping of the TRCA. So you put all this together, we've got terrible trouble in our ravines, and it's getting worse fast. One of the ravines in my ward is the Yellow Creek Ravine, also known as the Vale of Avoca. And 6 years ago, the City Council gave direction to set up a working group to develop a master plan for this ravine. As Mr. Bossens has said, we have many thousands of people who use the ravine regularly, and tens of thousands more as the city intensifies. And at the very same time, the ravines are degrading, the access points are degrading, and we've made zero progress, as far as I can tell, on the master plan. And it's been very much an after you, Alphonse. The Parks Department have said they're not going to improve the access points until Toronto Water and TRCA are finished, and Toronto Water has got a whole series of geomorphic studies. And the last word I got was those geomorphic studies weren't going to be finished for another year or two, and then they're not going to get to my ward for a while after that because they've got other higher priority things. So we keep allowing the erosion to accelerate. We keep allowing the infrastructure used by people to access the ravines to deteriorate. At the very same time, we increase the number of people going into the ravines while invasive species and climate change make it worse. Plus, we have this problem that the city adopted a policy of cost sharing with the affected property owners, and this was something that was looked again at council some years ago, saying, well, we really ought to find a way to fund this, and we're really going to try to get cooperation from the affected neighbors. And well, there are, for example, 5 or 6 cases right now in my ward where the TRCA has looked at the slope and said, oh, this slope is going to fail. And when it fails, the failure crest, the place that falls away, is going to be under the house. We really ought to do something about that, and the private property owners are refusing to cooperate. So that's one set of problems. The other side of the same set of problems is that the property owners who do recognize that they're on eroding ravines and would like to do something about it cannot get clear direction from the city and TRCA as to what it is they need to do, or they tell me many stories that it takes so many years to get the permission that the cost is tripled by the time they get to it. So we have a whole series of interlocking problems which by and large are getting worse and worse and worse without effective action. So I'm asking for 2 things. I'm asking for the legal services to tell us if there's a way to actually make private property owners pay their share. But at the same time, I want to work with the property owners and to try to unblock some of this silos not talking to each other problem, which we really do have, starting with getting on with the master plan for the Vale of Avoca. So I'm asking for a schedule. Right? We've had 6 years of no action. There's no apparent schedule for moving forward. I want a schedule for when we're going to have that master plan so that we can get the Toronto Water, TRCA, Parks and Recreation, the neighborhood groups, the Ravine volunteers together, and let's see if we can make a plan. And as Mr. Boston said, let's use plants where we can use plants. Let's use engineers where we have to use engineers. But let's get on with it, because we know the longer we wait, the more the damage and the more it's going to cost. So thank you.
Okay, any additional speakers on this item? Councilor
Just
Crowell?
quickly, with John Boston's being here, I have to get to my inner Ela here. And what would Ela say? And she would say, what are we doing about the invasive species? The Japanese knotweed is just pervasive, and it's literally impossible to eliminate, and not enough citizens in Toronto know or recognize the knotweed. Again, you just got to dynamite it out of the ground when it settles. It's in almost every backyard. And not to mention my friendly Norwegian maples. Everybody says beautiful green trees everywhere. Yeah, they're all Norwegian maples and everywhere. And people still think they're beautiful. They're crowding out all of our natural life. I just want to say there are some very good things happening. You know, we were here with David Crombie a few years ago. We started the Save Our Ravines program. I take an incremental approach to this. We are restoring 2 small ravines in my ward, the Douglas Ravine at Avenue Road and Lawrence there. We did it through a development agreement because it's actually under TRCA lands there. And so we've gotten some protection and enhancement of that little ravine and abutting a new development. And we're creating a little park and plus ravine protection. And then on the other side of Avenue Road, we are getting some more additional land to protect the Brookdale Ravine system, which is, again, a hidden little ravine. It's not as glorious as the ravines where you are, John. But so one little ravine at a time. And being a lifelong runner of Toronto's ravines, and I haven't run down the Humber in a while, but the Humber I do all the time, John, but I haven't run down the Don in a while. But I'm going to say they're cleaner than they've ever been. I used to see people are much more conscious than they were before, and I don't see all the plastic as I used to see. There are actually people going up and down on a regular basis picking up things. So there's some very good news, and we just have to do a better job of reminding people. Like I think Mr. I can't remember, the Toronto author said, I copied his line, the Toronto's ravines are what the canals are to Venice. So let's treasure them. Let's make sure we all participate in keeping our ravines native, natural, and protect it. So thanks for coming, John.
Okay, additional speakers, Councillor Morley.
And just a quick one, whoever those people are in your ward, Councillor Cole, collecting the garbage, please send them down to Etobicoke Lakeshore because we could use them. But I just wanted to speak in support of this particular motion and the work by Councillor Sachs. In Etobicoke Lakeshore, we are very much impacted by ravines and erosion specifically. I had shared a story with Councillor Sachs of working in Etobicoke Centre and the enormous challenge that it was supporting a resident to have some failing gabion baskets in her rear yard repaired. And the multiple jurisdictions makes it a very nuanced and challenging thing. But as we know, this is a growing issue that we need to have, I think, a streamlined approach where we can do the work that's necessary and recoup our costs as a city. And for me, this is really about future-proofing our neighborhoods. So I think this is a really well received, and I will be voting in support. Thank you, Councillor Sachs.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries, confirming we have no additional business. Okay, we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.